Chapter 1022. Should I try to snatch the Saint King battleship? On Viper number 1, Wang Zicheng was struggling. He couldn't let go of the Sage Kingship, but he had some concerns. This concern was Wang Yu'er. He didn't care about Qin Feiyang and Mr. Hao's strength, but Wang Yu'er's cultivation was on par with his. Of course. If it were someone else of the same level, he wouldn't care either. Because he was confident that he could suppress the other party even if he didn't use the forbidden technique. This was his confidence as one of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. But after these days of getting along with Wang Yu'er, he faintly felt that her strength might not be inferior to his. Without using the forbidden technique, he really didn't have the confidence. Even if he used the forbidden technique, it was hard to guarantee that Wang Yu'er didn't have other means to compete with the forbidden technique. After all, Wang Yu'er came from the Divine City. Although he didn't know who Wang Yu'er was, it wasn't difficult to judge from the arrogance that Wang Yu'er usually showed that she shouldn't be inferior to Qin Feiyang. Therefore, he didn't dare to take it lightly. Forget it. There's still a long way to go. I'll slowly find an opportunity in the future. In the end, Wang Zicheng, who hesitated for a while, gave up the idea of snatching the Sage Kingship for the time being. Then, he cut his finger and dripped blood on Viper number 1 to bind it. After the blood contract was completed, he put away Viper number 1 and chased after Qin Feiyang and the other 2. At the same time, he said angrily, "You 3, now we're companions. Is it appropriate for you to leave me like this? Wait for me." At the same time, on a certain island. "Wang Zicheng, you bastard, how dare you kill my people? I'll never let you go," on a mountain peak. Viper stood with his hands behind his back, and a cold light surged in his eyes. Furthermore, his body was surrounded by a dark green mist. The flowers and trees in the surroundings all withered and withered. Not far away, a few saint beasts fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching crazily. Obviously, this mist contained a strong poison. Is it useful to talk tough? If you want revenge, take action. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. "Who?" Viper's face changed, and he quickly glanced around. There was actually someone who could hide from his senses and enter this island without making a sound. Whoosh! High in the sky, a green-robed old man descended from the sky and landed in the void in front of Viper. He had white hair and a white beard, a benevolent appearance, and his green clothes were spotless, causing him to seem like an expert that lived in seclusion and emanated an otherworldly aura. What a powerful aura! When Viper looked at the green-robed old man, his pupils constricted. As one of the Blue Sea's 10 heroes, he had seen all kinds of experts. However, he couldn't tell the cultivation level of the old man in front of him. "Let's make a deal." The green-robed old man sized up Viper and smiled faintly. "What deal?" Viper frowned. The green-robed old man said, "Help me kill someone. After you're done, I'll give you a good fortune." Viper was stunned and asked, "Kill who?" "A person called Ancestor Mu." The old man in cyan clothes waved his hand as Qin Feiyang's figure appeared in the air with his battle chi. Viper sized up Qin Feiyang's silhouette. His brows gradually furrowed as he asked, "What's his cultivation like? Where is he now?" "He's a 2-star battle saint. He's with Wang Zicheng now. Wang Zicheng was able to kill your men and take Viper 1 away because of him," the green-robed old man said. Viper said, "That's impossible. I was talking to Wang Zicheng just now. I didn't see this person at all. This person is very smart. He probably didn't want to attract your attention. That's why he didn't stand with Wang Zicheng when you were communicating. By the way, I'll tell you one more thing. Wang Zicheng didn't take back the Sage King. It was this person's companion who was controlling it." The green-robed old man smiled. "Damn it." Viper's eyes flickered, but then he asked in confusion, "Since you know him so well and he's so strong, why don't you do it yourself? It is indeed very easy for this old man to kill him. However, there is a reason why this old man cannot do it personally. As for the reasons, don't ask. Just answer me. Will you do it or not?" The green-robed old man said. "No." Viper didn't even think about it and shook his head. The green-robed old man was stunned. He frowned and said, Why don't you ask me what I'll give you first? Viper sneered and said, compared to the so-called good fortune, I cherish my life more. Why do you say that? The green-robed old man asked with interest. You don't have to pretend anymore. If you don't dare to kill him, how can he be a simple person? You want me to be cannon fodder just because of some benefits? You've underestimated me. Viper sneered. The Azure Sea's 10 heroes are indeed extraordinary. However, it's not up to you whether you want to do it or not. The green-robed old man chuckled. However, Viper saw a trace of coldness in the old man's smile. He turned around without hesitation and wanted to escape. Boom. However, a terrifying Emperor's aura imprisoned him in the void. This Emperor aura, it's at least a 5-star combat Emperor. Who are you? Viper's face turned pale as he shouted angrily. Whoosh. The green-robed old man didn't answer. He walked up to Viper and took out a transparent jade bottle from his cosmos bag. The jade bottle was half filled with a black liquid. What are you doing? Viper panicked when he saw the jade bottle. Although he didn't know what it was, he knew that it wasn't anything good. Aren't you famous for using poison in the Azure Sea? I'll give you a chance now. If you can get rid of this poison in 3 days, I'll let you go. However, if you can't do it, you'll have to complete this task for me. The green-robed old man smiled and poured out a drop of poison. Then, he waved his arm and the poison entered Viper's mouth. Next. The green-robed old man withdrew his aura and took a few steps back. He looked at Viper quietly. The effect was immediate. Viper immediately lay in the void and howled miserably. Wisps of black mist quickly climbed up from his green skin and even spread to his eyes and lips. How is this possible? I've been testing poisons for years and am immune to all poisons. How can it poison me? What kind of poison is this? Viper muttered to himself in shock. There's always someone better than you. You're just a frog in a well. The green-robed old man put his hands behind his back. There was a faint smile on his old face, but there was a hint of contempt. A frog in a well? How dare you say that I, Viper, am a frog in a well? Ha ha. Hearing the green-robed old man's words, Viper looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. The panic from before disappeared. What are you laughing at? The green-robed old man raised his eyebrows. I'm laughing at your stupidity. If you use other methods to deal with me, I might not be able to do anything. However, using poison to deal with me is the worst decision you've ever made in your life. Viper grinned at the green-robed old man and quickly took out a jade bottle from his Chenkuan bag. The jade bottle was as thick as a thumb and half filled with liquid. However, it wasn't black. It was milky white and sparkling. It faintly emitted a sacred aura. The green-robed old man looked at the jade bottle curiously. Do you know what this is? This is an antidote that I've spent 10 years and countless effort to create. It's called sacred water. Let me tell you, this sacred water is more useful than the antidote pill. It can even be called a poison without poison. After saying that, Viper poured out a drop of sacred water and placed it into his mouth. Can it really be detoxified without poison? The green-robed old man smiled faintly. Of course. I'm very confident in the sacred water. Viper nodded with certainty. Then let's wait and see. The green-robed old man chuckled and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Viper looked at him gloomily and sat cross-legged in the air. He closed his eyes and sensed the poison in his body. Time passed bit by bit. Impossible. Suddenly, Viper opened his eyes and they were filled with disbelief. There was a hint of disappointment in the green-robed old man's eyes. He shook his head and said, "It seems that your so-called sacred water isn't very useful." No, this is the sacred water that I've spent 10 years to create. How can it be useless? Yes, it must be that there's not enough. Viper shook his head and took a few more drops of sacred water. However, it still did not detoxify the poison. Why is it like this? Why, I don't believe it. Viper went crazy and drank the entire bottle of sacred water. However, it was still useless. Is it really not working? I've spent 10 years doing something meaningless. He did not want to accept this fact, but the truth was right in front of him. He slowly collapsed and sat in the air like a pile of mud. His eyes were dim and lifeless. Obviously, this result was a huge blow to him. The green-robed old man looked at the jade bottle in his hand and strode over. He took the jade bottle and sniffed it. Next, he crushed the jade bottle and grabbed a piece of it. There was some sacred water on the piece. He placed it by his mouth and licked the sacred water on the piece. He then tasted it carefully. A moment later, the green-robed old man's eyes lit up. He lowered his head and looked at Viper. He smiled and said, "Your 10 years of hard work did not go to waste." Viper looked at him in bewilderment. The green-robed old man said, "This sacred water can indeed cure hundreds of poisons. It can even barely cure the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion." Viper said, "Then why can't I cure your poison?" "It's very simple. That poison is even more terrifying than the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion." The green-robed old man said. Boom. Hearing that, Viper's body and mind trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. It was even more terrifying than the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion. How could anyone in this world develop such a terrifying poison? All right, this old man can see that you're at your wit's end, so stop struggling and obediently do as this old man says. After it's done, this old man will give you the antidote. After the green-robed old man finished speaking, he took out another jade bottle. Inside it was a red liquid. He handed it to Viper and said, "This can be considered the antidote, but it can only temporarily suppress the poison in your body. Keep it, don't die before completing the mission." Viper looked at the green-robed old man and then at the jade bottle. In the end, he raised his hand and took the jade bottle. "This old man will wait for your good news," the green-robed old man said with a smile. Then, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Viper's sight. "Damn bastard!" Viper cursed angrily. His expression was incomparably ferocious. Then, he retracted his gaze, swallowed a drop of red liquid and took out an image crystal. Buzz. Soon, an enchanting and gorgeous woman appeared and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Viper." Viper said gloomily, "Inform everyone to search for Wang Zicheng's whereabouts." "What do you mean, Lord?" The gorgeous woman was surprised. "Just do as I say. Once you find him, inform me immediately," Viper said. "Yes." The gorgeous woman responded respectfully, and the phantom dissipated. "Wang Zicheng, Ancestor Mu, and that old thing, all of you, remember this. Anyone who provokes me, Viper, will not have a good ending." Chapter 1023. Roar. Splash. Inland sea, southwest. In the sky above the sea beasts roared continuously. Some were as big as mountains, while others were as small as boulders. They exuded a monstrous aura. The sea below was rolling and deafening. Their ferocious eyes were fixed on a giant ship below. It was the Sage King. At the bow of the ship, Wang Yue stood in the wind. Her skin was as smooth as ice, and her black hair danced in the wind. She looked like a fairy who was about to ride the wind. Qin Feiyang, young Master Hao, and Wang Zicheng sat aside and meditated. It had been 5 days since they snatched Viper 1. In these 5 days, other than the harassment of various sea beasts, it was considered peaceful. The Sage King also sailed into the depths of the inland sea. According to Wang Zicheng, they were only 2 days away from the location of the alchemic fire. And they encountered more and more sea beasts. Roar. Accompanied by deafening roars, the sea beasts from all directions pounced on the Sage King. However, Wang Yue did not panic at all. She did not even look at them as she drove the Sage King forward. Buzz. Bang. Bang. When the sea beasts pounced on them, a light curtain suddenly appeared around the Sage King. Immediately after, the sea beasts were sent flying one after another. The Sage King was a divine artifact. Unless an emperor beast appeared, no one could break into this forbidden area and hurt Qin Feiyang and the other 3. An hour passed. Wang Yue suddenly looked to the left and whispered, "There's an island there." Qin Feiyang and the other 2 opened their eyes and looked up. There was indeed an island a few miles away. It was very large, with a diameter of about 50 to 60 miles. However, the island was barren and filled with rocks. In the center of the island, there was a huge rock that was emitting a dark red light. It was like a blood-stained magic sword that towered into the sky. Wang Zicheng's pupils constricted slightly as he said in a low voice, "Don't go near that island." "Is there a problem?" Young Master Hao was puzzled. "Yes. That island is called Demon Island. None of the creatures that enter the island survive. It's one of the 3 most dangerous places in the inland sea." Wang Zicheng. So dangerous? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were shocked. "Yes. It's said that there's a mysterious power on the demonic island that can rob the life force and lifespan of living beings. And once you enter, it's like entering a prison. There's no way out. Don't think that I'm trying to scare you. Once, I saw a 2-star combat emperor with my own eyes. He thought that he was strong enough to break into the Devil Island despite the advice of his companions. In the end, his lifespan was slowly robbed by that mysterious power until he finally died in despair." Wang Zicheng said in a low voice. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other. Even battle theatres couldn't survive after going in. Wasn't that too terrifying? If you don't believe me, you can go closer and take a look. The island is filled with the skeletons of humans and sea beasts. Wang Zicheng said. Young Master Hao asked, "Will it be dangerous if we get closer?" Wang Zicheng shook his head. "As long as you don't step onto the island, your life won't be in danger." Young Master Hao's spirits were lifted. He turned to Wang Yue and said, "Sister, let's go and take a look. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers." Wang Yue shook her head. With a thought, the Sage King ship slowly turned around and headed toward the Devil Island. Seeing the Sage King ship heading toward the Devil Island, the sea beasts that were chasing after them all stopped in the void. Their eyes that were originally flickering with a fierce light were instantly filled with fear. Dawn. Immediately afterward, they dove into the sea one after another and disappeared. Seeing the sea beast's reaction, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. It seemed that this Devil Island was really not a good place. Soon, the Sage King ship arrived in front of the Devil Island. There was only a distance of half a mile between the 2. Wang Yue didn't dare to go any closer and stopped the Sage King ship. At this point, not a single sea beast came out to cause trouble. To be precise, there was not a single beast in the sea around the Devil Island. Other than the sound of the wind and waves, there was dead silence. Wang Zicheng stood up and glanced at the Devil Island. He warned again, "Don't go in with the mentality of a fluke." In fact, even without his warning, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 didn't dare to go in. Because they had already seen the skeletons on the Devil Island. As long as they could see, there were piles of white bones. This could no longer be described as shocking. It was a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. It was Azura hell. It made one's scalp hair stand on end. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Wang Zicheng and said, "You just said that there is a mysterious force on the island that can plunder the vitality and lifespan of living beings?" "Yes." Wang Zicheng nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "You also said that the Devil Island is like a cage that you can't get out of?" "Yes." Wang Zicheng nodded again. Qin Feiyang looked at the Devil Island again with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He thought of the Black Dragon mountain range. If what Wang Zicheng said was true, then this place was exactly the same as the Black Dragon mountain range. Wang Yue suddenly looked to the side and said in surprise, "Hey, look, there's another island over there." Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao raised their heads and looked. There was indeed another island a few miles away from the Devil Island, but it was much smaller than the Devil Island, only about 5 or 6 miles wide. On the island, the faint traces of trees and sea beasts could be seen. Young Master Hao said in surprise, "Brother Wang, that island can't also be a savage island, right? How can there be so many savage islands? That's just a very ordinary island. There are some sea beasts on it. However, there used to be a ruin on that island, but it has already been swept away by us." Wang Zicheng smiled slyly. Qin Feiyang said, "Are there many ruins in the inner sea?" "Of course there are. Especially in the deep sea. If you're lucky, you can find one in half a year. However, there are powerful emperor beasts lurking in the deep sea. Ordinary people don't dare to explore. Sometimes, I'll go down to look for it on a whim," Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Zicheng's words revealed a very important piece of information. Emperor beasts usually lurked in the deep sea. In other words, emperor beasts rarely appeared on the surface of the sea. As long as they didn't go to the bottom of the sea, they wouldn't encounter any fatal danger. Wang Zicheng said, "Let's not waste time. Let's hurry." Wang Yue nodded and steered the Sage King toward the southwest. Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to the demonic island, and a strange light flickered in the depths of his eyes. After the Sage King left, a figure suddenly rushed out of the small island next to the demonic island. It was an old man with unkempt hair and a dirty face. He was in his 50s, wearing a shabby black robe and holding a shabby snake-headed walking stick in his hand. The black-robed old man looked at the Sage King from afar. His eyes, hidden under his hair, emitted a faint green light, giving off a cold feeling like the eyes of a snake. Moreover, there was a snake tattoo between his eyebrows, just like the one-eyed man. "Hee, I've finally found you." Suddenly, the black-robed old man chuckled, looking rather ferocious. Then, he took out an image crystal. Buzz. Soon, the illusionary figure of a glamorous woman appeared. The gorgeous woman asked, "Black Snake, is there any news?" The black-robed old man said, "There is news. They are near the demonic island and should be preparing to go to the Blood Dragon Island." "Isn't the Blood Dragon Island where the alchemy fire was born?" "It seems that they are all aiming for the alchemy fire," the gorgeous woman said. The black-robed old man nodded. "Okay, wait for me there. I'll meet up with you right away." After the gorgeous woman finished speaking, the image quickly dissipated. About 100 breaths later, the gorgeous woman arrived in the sky above the demonic island. Accompanying her were more than 200 burly men, all of whom looked fierce and ferocious. Between their eyebrows, there was a tattoo of a venomous snake. Obviously, they were all the subordinates of the snake. Boom. Next, the gorgeous woman waved her hand, and a huge ship appeared out of thin air and landed on the sea below, setting off huge waves. The shape and size of the ship were exactly the same as the snake number 1, and it also emitted a terrifying saint aura. The only difference was that the flag on the mast had the word 2. "Let's go." The gorgeous woman waved her hand and led the group of burly men to land on the deck of the ship one after another. Then the gorgeous woman glanced around and soon saw the black-robed old man standing in the sky above the island. The gorgeous woman shouted, "Black Snake, where are your men?" The black-robed old man chuckled and waved his hand. Another huge ship rose into the air from the mountain stream on the island below. The huge ship looked exactly the same as Viper number 1. The only difference was the flag on the mast, which had the word 3 printed on it. There was also a group of people standing on the ship, all of whom looked fierce. It was obvious that they were not kind people. The black-robed old man leaped and landed on the bow of the ship. Then he steered the ship to land on the sea and galloped toward the gorgeous woman. After the two groups of people met, the black-robed old man immediately looked at the gorgeous woman and said disdainfully, "That one-eyed man is really useless." Not only did he lose his life, but he also lost the snake number 1. "What do you mean?" The gorgeous woman was suspicious. "I saw them with my own eyes just now. 2 9-star battle saints, 1 1-star battle saint, and 1 2-star battle saint. What can they do with their weak cultivation?" The black-robed old man laughed sinisterly. "So weak." The gorgeous woman was surprised and then asked in confusion, "If they are so weak, how did one-eyed man die?" The black-robed old man said, "He must have been careless and was crippled by Wang Zicheng." "That makes sense. After all, it's not that Wang Zicheng can't activate the forbidden technique, he just can't activate it casually." The gorgeous woman nodded and said thoughtfully, "That's right. At the critical moment of life and death, Wang Zicheng will definitely not wait for death. So when we catch up with them later, we can't be careless like one-eyed man," the black-robed old man said. The gorgeous woman smiled coldly and said, "You don't have to tell me that. I know. Then let's go." The black-robed old man's eyes flashed coldly. The ship under his feet suddenly turned into a stream of light and broke through the waves. Chapter 1024. Crack. The sky of the inland sea was filled with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder every day. Rumble. The two giant ships were like two monsters, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, running wildly on the surface of the sea. "We've caught up." The black-robed old man looked at the sea ahead, and his pupils suddenly constricted, shooting out rays of cold light. On the horizon ahead, there was a giant ship moving forward. It was the Sage King. The gorgeous woman glanced at the Sage King and said with a smile, "Don't kill Wang Zicheng later." "Why?" The black-robed old man raised his eyebrows. "He used to look down on me when he saw me. This time, I want him to take the initiative to lie in front of me and lick my toes." The gorgeous woman's red lips curled up slightly, filled with a wild and lascivious aura. When the burly men on the two ships heard this, they couldn't help but stare at the gorgeous woman's red lips and majestic twin peaks, their mouths dry. "What a promiscuous bitch." However, the black-robed old man cursed in his heart, his old eyes full of disgust. Then, he looked up at the Sage King and asked, "Does Lord Viper have any other instructions?" "Yes. No matter what the final result is, that man called Ancestor Mu must die," the gorgeous woman said. "Ancestor Mu," the black-robed old man muttered and smiled sinisterly. "It's hard for him not to die after encountering us." The Sage King. "There's Saint Aura." Wang Yue suddenly turned her head and glanced at the sea behind her. When she saw the two giant ships, her expression immediately changed. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang and the other two were surprised and immediately turned to look. "Not good." Wang Zicheng's expression also changed. Young Master Hao said in surprise, "Those two giant ships seem to be saint artifacts." "It's not like, it's actually one," Wang Zicheng said in a deep voice. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Zicheng said, "Do you see the two flags on the ship?" Qin Feiyang and the other two fixed their gazes and immediately saw the pattern of the viper on the flag. "They are the viper's minions." Young Master Hao said in surprise. "Yes. Viper has a total of 3 saint artifacts. They are Viper 1, Viper 2, and Viper 3. And these 3 sacred weapons are controlled by the one-eyed dragon, the black snake, and the red snake respectively. You all know one-eyed dragon, and black snake is the black-robed old man standing on Viper number 3. He is the cruelest of the 3. Anyone who falls into his hands will be tortured to death. And the gorgeous woman on Viper number 2 is Red Snake. This woman has a lustful nature. Her greatest pleasure is to seduce men, and then when they're having sex, she'll slit their throats when they're unprepared." Wang Zicheng said. "So cruel." Young Master Hao was dumbfounded. Wang Zicheng said, "Most importantly, both of them are 1-star combat emperors." "All of them?" Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. If there was only one 1-star combat emperor, they could still use the old method to assassinate him at lightning speed. But 2 1-star combat emperors wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Even the black snake and the red snake were sent out. It seems like Viper is really going against me this time. Anyway, we're in trouble this time. Wang Zicheng rubbed his head that was about to explode and was extremely vexed. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and lowered his head to ponder. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wang Yue. "Sister, why don't you use charm arts to make them kill each other or drive them away?" "Charm arts?" Wang Zicheng was startled and looked at Wang Yue suspiciously. Wang Yue ignored Wang Zicheng and glanced at the people on Viper number 2 and number 3. She said, "For people like them who are filled with desire, charm arts can indeed easily control them, but it's only limited to combat saints. The black snake and the red snake are both combat emperors. I'm afraid I can't do it." "Can't you control them by force?" Young Master Hao asked. "No. But it should be possible to confuse them a little," Wang Yue said. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's not take the risk and think of another way." Wang Zicheng said, "There's no other way but to run." "Then run," Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. If they fought head-on, even if they could kill these people, they would definitely pay a heavy price, so it was better to just run away. With his concealment art, it was very easy to escape. He looked at Wang Yue and said in a low voice, "Quickly put away the Sage King ship." In front of a powerful enemy, Wang Yue did not dare to be negligent. She soared into the sky like lightning and waved her jade-like hand gently. The Sage King ship immediately shrank. Qin Feiyang and the other two also left the Sage King ship and landed beside Wang Yue. Soon, the Sage King ship shrank to the size of a palm and disappeared into her Qi Sea. At the same time, Viper number 2 and number 3 flew over, flanking Qin Feiyang and the other three. Brother Zicheng, we haven't seen each other for so long. You didn't even come to see me. You're too much. The gorgeous woman immediately looked at Wang Zicheng and said in a coquettish voice. Fat. Qin Feiyang and the other two burst out laughing. Brother Zicheng? Isn't this too mushy? Goosebumps appeared on their skin. Wang Zicheng's expression was also quite awkward. He looked at the gorgeous woman helplessly and said, Hongxi, we're all old friends. Can't you stop disgusting me? Brother Zicheng, you're so annoying. I like you so much, how could I bear to disgust you? Brother, come with me, okay? I promise I'll make you happy to death. Although her words were so explicit, the gorgeous woman did not feel ashamed at all. Instead, she kept throwing flirtatious glances at Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng's face darkened and he said angrily, I say, woman, can't you be more reserved? Aya, brother, don't pretend. I know you like women like me. The gorgeous woman was not angry at all. Her eyes were full of lust, and she deliberately puffed out her chest, as if she was waiting for him to taste her. Oh my God, kill me, I'm going crazy. Wang Zicheng roared. That painful look on his face made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Don't, if you die, what will I do? I've already made up my mind to marry no one but you. The gorgeous woman looked at him pitifully. This woman is really extreme. Young Master Hao laughed secretly. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen Wang Zicheng so embarrassed. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Zicheng and could not help but laugh secretly. Then, he looked at Hongxi and Black Snake, and his eyes suddenly flashed. Miss, he looked at Hongxi. What's wrong? What's the matter, little brother? The gorgeous woman looked at Qin Feiyang, and her eyes rippled. Little brother? Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he could not help but feel disgusted. Why did he have the urge to beat this woman up? He suppressed it and said with a smile, Miss, since you're here for Wang Zicheng, we'll give Wang Zicheng to you. Please let us go. Hey, what do you mean? Are you selling your friend for glory? Wang Zicheng immediately glared at him. I have no choice. Look, there are so many of them. We don't even have a chance to escape, so I can only hand you over. Besides, Hongxi is not bad. She has a good figure and a good face. Most importantly, she likes you so much. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. Qin Feiyang said. I'm ignorant of my good fortune? Wang Zicheng was about to explode, and smoke was coming out of his head. It was fine if they did not help him, but they actually said that. Wasn't this adding fuel to the fire? Actually, thinking about it, Brother Mu is right. Brother Wang, don't run away. Live a good life with Hongxi. Young Master Hao also wanted to see the world in chaos. He patted Wang Zicheng's shoulder and said with a smile. You bastards. Wang Zicheng gritted his teeth and glanced at the two. He was about to go crazy. Brother Zicheng, you can't say that about these two little brothers because they are telling the truth. The gorgeous woman scolded Wang Zicheng. Yes. They are telling the truth, and it's all my fault. Wang Zicheng nodded repeatedly. He wanted to cry but had no tears. What was this? It was simply killing him. At this time, the black snake who had been watching coldly looked at the red snake impatiently and said, Are you done? The gorgeous woman said, What's the hurry? They are already turtles in a jar. They can't escape. Can't escape. Humph. Don't forget that your opponent is Wang Zicheng, the black-robed old man secretly shouted. The gorgeous woman raised her eyebrows and glanced at Wang Zicheng. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, I'm sorry. You are wrong. We are not here for Wang Zicheng. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. What did she mean? Not for Wang Zicheng? Then for whom? Was she here for them? That was impossible. Although the death of the one-eyed man was related to them, it was mainly because of Wang Zicheng. Besides, Viper 1 was also with Wang Zicheng. You are really not here for me? Wang Zicheng himself was also dumbfounded. No. The gorgeous woman shook her head. That's good, that's good. Wang Zicheng immediately patted his chest. He was really shocked. Seeing the gorgeous woman dawdling, the black-robed old man finally lost his patience. He looked at Wang Zicheng and sneered, although we are not here for you, you will not be able to escape death today. Is that so? Wang Zicheng narrowed his eyes and stared at the black-robed old man. His eyes gradually turned cold. The black-robed old man smiled coldly and glanced at Qin Feiyang. He asked, "You are Ancestor Mu?" Young Master Hao was secretly shocked and sent a sound transmission. "How does he know your name?" Qin Feiyang guessed, it's very likely that the young man told Viper, and then Viper told them. Finished. He looked at the black-robed old man and nodded, "Yes, I am. It's good that you admit it." The black-robed old man's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of ferocity. His emperor's might erupted and firmly imprisoned Qin Feiyang and the other three. Wait. Qin Feiyang's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. The black-robed old man said, "Any last words?" "Then say it quickly." Qin Feiyang glanced at the black-robed old man and the gorgeous woman and said in a deep voice, "I have never met Viper, let alone had a grudge with him. But why does he want to kill me? And why does he want to kill me? We don't know the reason either. Even if we know, we don't care. What we need to do is to complete the order given to us by Lord Viper." The gorgeous woman shrugged. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. What was going on? You are going to die anyway. Why are you still worrying about this? Besides, it is your honor to be killed by Lord Viper, do you understand? The black-robed old man smiled coldly, killing intent surging in his eyes. Then, he waved his arm and a roaring battle chi rushed out, turning into a torrent that rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the other three. Honor! It's just a rotten venomous snake. You really think he is the ruler of the internal sea? How ridiculous. Go back and tell him that I will find him sooner or later. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and then shouted to Wang Zicheng, "Break his emperor's might." "Let's go. Break for me." Wang Zicheng suddenly roared, and a terrifying aura rolled in all directions. The emperor's might that imprisoned the four immediately relaxed a little. Catch me. Chapter 10:25. What? Where are they? In the sea, strong winds howled and huge waves covered the sky. The black-robed old man, the gorgeous woman, and the hundreds of burly men stood on the two giant ships in a daze. A moment ago, the four of them were still in front of them, but the next moment, they seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Had they seen a ghost? I don't believe that there are ghosts in this world. They must be hiding somewhere. Come out now. The black-robed old man suddenly shouted. His emperor's aura surged and roared in all directions. How could he not be angry when the duck in his mouth flew away just like that? Hurry up. Feeling the terrifying emperor's aura, Wang Zicheng urged anxiously. Because once the emperor's aura hit them, the invisibility technique would be broken. At the same time, his heart was filled with resentment and helplessness. He was one of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea, but he had to run for his life. How miserable. Qin Feiyang was also very anxious. However, he was only a 2-star battle saint. How could he compare with the black-robed old man? The emperor's aura surged and shrouded the four of them. Crack. The invisibility technique immediately collapsed. There they are. On Viper number 2, a burly man immediately discovered the four of them. You're quite capable. The gorgeous woman also put away her previous contempt, and her entire body was filled with a murderous aura. She waved her arm and released her battle chi, which turned into a huge wave and spread across the sky. It rushed toward the four of them aggressively. Didn't I tell you before? Don't underestimate them. The black-robed old man glared at her and also activated his battle chi. With a shocking murderous aura, he charged toward the four of them. What should we do? Young Master Hao asked. This was not the Divine City, nor was it a game. This was a real battle. Similarly, this was the first time he was chased by a battle saint and the first time he was faced with such a desperate situation, so he did not know what to do. Wang Yue was also at a loss. Although she was very powerful, she had not experienced any life-and-death situations like young Master Hao. However, Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng were very calm. Because this kind of situation was nothing out of the ordinary for them. Go to the bottom of the sea. The two of them shouted in unison. Only by going to the bottom of the sea could they have a chance of survival. Boom! Wang Zicheng's aura erupted as he forcefully broke through the black-robed old man's emperor's aura. Together with Qin Feiyang and the other two, he dove into the sea without looking back. The moment they left, the battle chise of the black-robed old man and the gorgeous woman whizzed past their original positions. That was close. Young Master Hao patted his chest, his face full of fear. If they had been just a little bit later, they would definitely have been smashed into pieces. Wang Zicheng shot a glance at young Master Hao and secretly asked, "Brother, how is your relationship with this person?" "Why do you ask?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Wang Zicheng said, "One look and you can tell that he used to be someone who lived like a prince. If our relationship isn't that good, I suggest we leave him behind so that he won't drag us down." "No. Because my mission this time is to protect him." Qin Feiyang thought. "What? He actually made you protect him? Then it seems that his identity is not simple." Wang Zicheng was surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense. Black Snake and Red Snake will definitely not let this go. We have to think of a way quickly. I really have no choice. Let's just surrender." Wang Zicheng transmitted his voice helplessly. "Can we survive if we surrender?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "No." Wang Zicheng said. "Then what's the point?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, pondered for a moment, and transmitted his voice again. "How about this? You activate the forbidden technique and take us away. After that, I'll give you a 6-veined life prolongation pill." "What?" Wang Zicheng's expression froze. "A 6-veined life prolongation pill? Did he hear it wrong?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'm not lying to you, I really have a 6-veined life prolongation pill. The more veins there were, the higher the effect of the life prolongation pill. 6 veins could extend one's life for at least a few thousand years, so he thought that this could completely let Wang Zicheng put down his worries. However, Wang Zicheng didn't agree and transmitted his voice. "Brother, although we are in a desperate situation now, I really don't want to take the life prolongation pill until the last step." In fact, this was all an excuse. The most important thing was that he didn't trust Qin Feiyang. As Qin Feiyang said, the two of them were just strangers who met by chance. How could he bet his life on him? And this point naturally couldn't escape Qin Feiyang's sharp observation. He transmitted his voice angrily. "Can't you trust me for once? You actually saw through it. You really can't be compared with the two of them. Okay. As long as you give me the life prolongation pill first, I'll activate the forbidden technique and take you away." Wang Zicheng said to himself. They naturally referred to Wang Yu and young Master Hao. Qin Feiyang frowned. Now, he really couldn't take out a 6-veined life prolongation pill because he hadn't refined it yet. And to refine a 6-veined life prolongation pill, he had to go to the ancient castle. He couldn't take these 3 people to the ancient castle. Of course. He could also take out the nether devil flame and the pill furnace and refine it outside, but he didn't have the time to do so now, because the black-robed old man and the gorgeous woman had already chased after them. "Don't waste your energy. You can't escape. It's better for you to surrender obediently." Hundreds of people were filled with killing intent. Wherever they went, an undercurrent would surge. The black-robed old man and the gorgeous woman's speed was even more astonishing. As War Emperor, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with Qin Feiyang and the other 3. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Running like this wasn't a solution at all. He had to find an opportunity to fight back. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice to the 3 of them. "Their primary target is me. I'll lure them away. You guys find an opportunity to slip away." "That's a good idea." Wang Zicheng's eyes lit up as he nodded. "No." Young Master Hao shook his head decisively. Facing 2 War Emperor and hundreds of War Saints, even if Qin Feiyang had heaven-defying abilities, there was no hope of survival. This was a dead end. Wang Yu did not say anything, but her eyebrows were tightly knitted, indicating that she did not agree with it in her heart. Qin Feiyang turned to look at young Master Hao and Wang Yu. His eyes were resolute as he said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to be sentimental. Protecting our lives is the most important thing." Finished. Qin Feiyang then looked at Wang Zicheng and said secretly, "Brother Wang, I'll have to trouble you to take care of them first." "No problem." Wang Zicheng nodded. He did not object to Qin Feiyang's suggestion, not because he was a selfish person, but because he understood that this was the only way. Otherwise, everyone would have to die, so he might as well take a gamble. And with regards to Wang Zicheng's attitude, Qin Feiyang did not have the slightest complaint in his heart. Because it was wise. If it were him, he would also agree. Without any hesitation, Qin Feiyang took out the water avoidance pearl and resolutely turned around and rushed in the other direction. Young Master Hao immediately looked at Wang Zicheng and said angrily, "Why did you agree? Aren't you sending him to his death? It's better for him to die alone than for all of us to die. Also, don't be so naive. The outside world is not as beautiful as you think. Killing is everywhere. If you continue like this, you'll lose your life sooner or later. Besides, since he dared to make such a suggestion, it means that he must have a certain degree of confidence. What you need to do is listen to him and not cause trouble for him." Wang Zicheng snorted coldly, took out a water avoidance pearl, and left with the two of them without looking back. "Red Snake, what should we do?" Seeing Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng go their separate ways, the black-robed old man was somewhat at a loss. Lord Viper said that Ancestor Mu must die, so we can only give up on Wang Zicheng and the others first. "Let's go." The gorgeous woman waved her hand, and the group immediately turned around and chased after Qin Feiyang. They really caught up. Sensing the rapidly approaching emperor pressure behind him, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a grim look. The gorgeous woman and the others had caught up, which meant that they were not joking before. Viper's target was him. Viper. That old poison seemed to be tired of living. He scanned the front, then suddenly turned in the air and rushed down to the bottom of the sea. "Still running? You really won't cry until you're in the coffin," the black-robed old man mocked. Finally, Qin Feiyang entered the bottom of the sea and landed on a huge rock covered in mud. He looked up at the group and said indifferently, "You're all here? To tell the truth, I was afraid that you wouldn't come. Are you joking with us?" The black-robed old man swooped down and stood above Qin Feiyang, his face full of contempt. "Joking? I'm not in the mood. I'm just buying time for Wang Zicheng and the others. Now that they've escaped far away, my goal has been achieved." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You can still smile? You're really not afraid of death?" The black-robed old man grinned maliciously. "You're so sure that I'll die?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Haha, is he scared out of his wits?" "I think so. Otherwise, why would he say such childish words? Lord Black Snake, he's looking down on you. You have to torture him well. Don't let him die too quickly." The group of battle saints behind the black-robed old man and the gorgeous woman immediately roared with laughter, their faces full of ferocity. The gorgeous woman looked at Qin Feiyang with a sneer. A mere two-star battle saint dared to be so arrogant in front of Black Snake. Wasn't he courting death? Of course, I won't let him die too easily. The black-robed old man smiled malevolently. His emperor's aura was like a waterfall, enveloping Qin Feiyang. In his opinion, killing Qin Feiyang was just a matter of waving his hand. However, just as the emperor's aura was about to imprison Qin Feiyang suddenly disappeared without a trace. "It's useless. I could let you out before, and I can do the same now." The black-robed old man sneered. His emperor's aura rolled in all directions, but he did not see Qin Feiyang appear. "What's going on?" The black-robed old man was dumbfounded. The gorgeous woman and the others were also stunned. Chapter 10:26. At the same time, inside the castle. Hearing the black-robed old man's words, Wolf King sneered. "Those minions really think that you're a fish on the chopping board." Lu Hong laughed. "They don't know Qin Feiyang's identity, otherwise, they wouldn't be so careless." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. "No matter what, I still prefer to act alone. Yes. If you're alone, you won't have so many concerns. But then again, Young Master Hao and Wang Yu are two burdens. They didn't help us along the way, but they've been dragging us down. Especially that Wang Yu, she's always going against you. If it were someone else, they would have already left them behind and let them fend for themselves. The two-winged snow eagle said, its eyes full of disdain. Qin Feiyang smiled. You can't say that, they're born to be useful, they just haven't shown their worth yet. You're still speaking for them, is there something wrong with your brain? The two-winged snow eagle rolled its eyes. Don't you know him? He's always been a good guy, otherwise, how could so many women like him? Wolf King said with disdain. In the face of the two-winged snow eagle and Wolf King's ridicule, what else can Qin Feiyang say? He can only helplessly shake his head. Lu Hong looked at Wolf King and Qin Feiyang. Actually, the alchemy fire is only secondary, the main thing is to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. After all, the time before the miracle opens is getting shorter and shorter. The pangolin thought for a moment and nodded. That's true, if we're not strong enough, we can't compete with the Mu Jiao. After hearing Lu Hong and the pangolin's words, Qin Feiyang's heart also became heavy. Carefully calculating, it's been more than 3 months since they entered Qinghai, that's to say, there's only 1 year and 9 months left before the miracle opens. And to compete with the Mu Jiao, at least the cultivation of a war emperor. Breaking through to the combat the Archrealm in 1 year and 9 months. Just thinking about it made him feel unconfident. However, according to his current cultivation speed, as long as he was willing to work hard, he might be able to do it. Wang. Suddenly, the image crystal began to vibrate. Qin Feiyang took it out, and Yang Wei's shadow quickly appeared. Looking at Yang Wei's smiling face, Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, did something good happen? Yang Wei said, after this period of hard work, I have already gained Fu Anshan's trust. Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before he smiled and said, this is indeed a good thing. Then, did you find out what kind of information Fu Anshan has on the Divine Python Tribe's chief? No. These days, Fu Anshan hasn't contacted the chief of the Divine Python Tribe. I didn't dare to ask too much, lest I arouse his suspicion. Yang Wei said. Qin Feiyang nodded his head, Ian, you can't take the initiative to ask. Yang Wei continued, however, although I didn't find out about this, I entrusted Fu Anshan to find out about the origins of the 5 colors fruit. What is it? Qin Feiyang asked immediately. Yang Wei said, that fruit is called the 5 colors glass fruit. It is a rare treasure that is hard to find in 1,000 years, but Fu Anshan did not find out what kind of effects it has. How could he not find out? Qin Feiyang frowned. I heard from Fu Anshan that there are no detailed records in the ancient book beside the pavilion master of the trading pavilion. It only has a rough idea. Yang Wei said. Lu Hong said in surprise, from the looks of it, this 5 colors glass fruit is still a little mysterious. I think so too. Yang Wei nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I will think of a way to investigate again, and try to give you a satisfactory answer. Just do what you can. Don't force yourself. Qin Feiyang smiled, then his eyes suddenly focused. He carefully looked at Yang Wei and said in surprise, did you break through? Yes. A few days ago, I broke through and became a 1-star combat emperor. Yang Wei rubbed his head, looking a little embarrassed. Not bad. Now, our small team will have a battle emperor to hold the fort. Lu Hong and the others were overjoyed. Qin Feiyang was also overjoyed. The difference between a combat emperor and a combat saint was a watershed. Although a combat saint was considered a top expert in the Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire, in front of the Mu family and the imperial capital, they could not do anything. But a combat emperor was different. Each of the battle monarchs had an important position. Qin Feiyang smiled, continue to work hard, when I return from Qinghai, I hope you will have become a 2-star combat emperor. I will. Yang Wei nodded. If it was in the past, he would not have dared to say such words. In the past, he did not even dare to hope that he would be able to become a 1-star combat emperor in this lifetime. But now, he had opened the door of potential and was reborn. The combat emperor was no longer his goal, nor was it his destination. His current goal was the war god, and he would never forget who gave him all of this. Therefore, he was now completely loyal to Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, Yang Wei seemed to have thought of something, and said, "Oh right, there's one more thing I need to tell you." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. Yang Wei said, "Fatso is in trouble." "What kind of trouble could he be in?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Hasn't Fatso been chasing after Chu Xian? However, I don't know how Chu Xian's parents found out about this matter. Right now, they are threatening and tempting him to stop harassing Chu Xian." Yang Wei said. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood, his brows relaxed, and laughed. "Are they looking down on Fatso? I've asked Fatso, but he didn't say anything. He even said that he could handle it himself and didn't need us to interfere. However, I guess that Chu Xian's parents don't look down on Fatso. After all, everyone knows about the relationship between Fatso and you, so they can't wait to curry favor with you. I reckon that it should be related to his size." Yang Wei guessed, his expression strange. "Heard of it?" Everyone laughed. Fatso's body was indeed a huge problem. However, this was innate, so there was nothing they could do about it. Regarding this matter, they were indeed unable to help. They could only rely on Fatso's sincerity to move Chu Xian's parents. Qin Feiyang looked at Yang Wei and asked, "Is there anything else?" "No." Yang Wei shook his head. "All right then, stay by Fu Anshan's side and be careful," Qin Feiyang reminded. "I know." After Yang Wei finished speaking, the virtual image quickly dissipated. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal. Outside, the gorgeous woman and others were still looking for Qin Feiyang, while the black-robed old man kept cursing, trying to provoke Qin Feiyang to go out. But obviously, he underestimated Qin Feiyang's temperament. What hadn't Qin Feiyang seen before? How could such a trivial matter make him angry? Buzz. After a while, Qin Feiyang's image crystal made a sound again. He was slightly stunned, looked at Lu Hong and others, and said, "It should be a message from Mr. Hao, you guys retreat to the side." Everyone quickly retreated to a corner. As expected, when Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, Mr. Hao's virtual image immediately appeared. However, on his face, there was no joy of escaping, only anxiety and worry. Wolf King secretly said, "Although this guy is useless, he is really sincere to little Qin Zi." Lu Hong and others nodded. Because everyone could see that Mr. Hao was worried about Qin Feiyang. Mr. Hao frowned and said, "Where are you now? Why do you seem to be in a cultivation room?" Qin Feiyang smiled calmly and said, "Just now I accidentally found a secret room at the bottom of the sea, and now I'm hiding in it." "What about you?" Mr. Hao breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's good. We are also hiding in a cave on an island." Qin Feiyang looked behind Mr. Hao and asked suspiciously, "Where are Wang Zicheng and Wang Yue? Why don't I see them? They are outside learning about the island. By the way, where are Viper's minions?" Mr. Hao asked. "They are still guarding outside," Qin Feiyang said. "Then I'll give you the coordinates. You can use the portal to teleport here." After saying that, Mr. Hao gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. "Have you forgotten?" Wang Zicheng said that the portal can't be opened in the inland sea. Qin Feiyang said. "Besides, it was impossible to open the portal in this castle." "Yes, I'm so forgetful." Mr. Hao patted his head. "Well, I happen to have something to do now. You go to the birthplace of the elixir fire first. When I'm done, I'll rush to meet you," Qin Feiyang said. "Something else?" Mr. Hao was stunned and said helplessly, "You are really a busy man. Well, I'll send you a message when we arrive at the birthplace of the elixir fire." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded, then turned off the image crystal and lowered his head, lost in thought. Isn't it his first time in Qinghai? Why is he so busy? At the same time, in the cave, Mr. Hao also lowered his head and pondered. Thud, after a short while, Wang Yue and Wang Zicheng entered the cave one after the other with the sound of footsteps. Wang Zicheng looked at Mr. Hao and asked, "How is it? Did you get in touch with him?" "Yes. He's out of danger. But he still has something to deal with. He asked us to go to the birthplace of the elixir fire first," Mr. Hao said honestly. This, Wang Zicheng was dumbfounded. Not to mention the group of battle saints, Black Snake alone was enough to make any 9-star battle saint feel despair. However, this guy, who was only a 2-star battle saint, managed to escape. Wasn't it too unbelievable? Wang Yue was also shocked. It was not easy to escape from 2 battle emperors. How did this bastard do it? She looked at Mr. Hao and asked, did he say anything? No. Mr. Hao shook his head. Bastard. Wang Yue immediately scolded him angrily. After Wang Zicheng came to his senses, he glanced at Mr. Hao and Wang Yue and mumbled, it seems that Ancestor Mu doesn't trust these 2 people very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't hide everything from them. But here's the problem. Wang Yue is his fiancé. How can there be someone in this world who doesn't trust his fiancé? What's the relationship between these 2 people? The more Wang Zicheng thought about it, the more curious he became. Wang Yue noticed Wang Zicheng's gaze. She immediately frowned and said, what are you looking at? Nothing. I'm just thinking that it doesn't matter what happens to him as long as he's out of danger, right? Wang Zicheng said. The 2 nodded. Wang Zicheng said, then let's go. We'll wait for him at the birthplace of the elixir fire. Whoosh. Immediately. Chapter 10:27. Inside the castle. Seeing Qin Feiyang pondering, Lu Hong asked, what are you thinking about? Qin Feiyang pondered and said, I'm thinking, should we ask Yang Wei to help us fight our way out? That's not necessary. If they want to wait, then let them wait. We won't lose anything anyway. What's more, we can't directly teleport here. If we ask Yang Wei to help, we still have to wait. By the time Yang Wei arrives, these people will have already lost their patience and left. After all, they don't know the situation inside the castle. Lu Hong said. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wolf King suddenly said. Actually, we can ask Mu Qing. Ask him? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The Mu Jiao has a space-time gate. Maybe they can directly teleport here. It just so happens that Mu Qing can also bring some people over to slaughter that stinking snake. Wolf King said. The winged snow eagle coldly snorted. Asking the Mu Jiao for help is too shameful. You don't understand. This has nothing to do with face. It's called using the resources around you. Wolf King despised. The pangolin nodded. I agree with Brother Wolf's suggestion. Let the Mu Jiao and the snake fight first, then we can reap the benefits. You're too simple-minded. With the strength of the Mu Jiao, what can that stinking snake do? I'm afraid it will be killed before it even starts. The winged snow eagle disdainfully said. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and smiled. What you said is reasonable, but what the eagle said is more realistic. Let's wait. Anyway, the alchemy fire hasn't been born yet. It doesn't matter if they wait a little longer. He can also take the opportunity to cultivate and try to break through to the 3-star battle saint. Time flew. The next morning, Qin Feiyang received a message from young Master Hao. The 3 of them have arrived at the birthplace of the alchemy fire. But there are no signs of the alchemy fire being born. After Qin Feiyang learned about the situation, he asked them to wait there and inform him when the alchemy fire is about to be born. As for Black Snake, Red Snake, and the others, their search was fruitless and they left on the same day. Qin Feiyang continued to cultivate. In a flash. 2 months passed. This morning. His calm aura suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation. Boom. Immediately. A terrifying holy aura rushed out of his body. Breakthrough again so fast. Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. If he remembered correctly, the last time Qin Feiyang made his breakthrough, he was together with Wang Zicheng and that robust young man. Only 3 months, only 3 months. To break through from a 2-star battle saint to a 3-star battle saint in just 3 months, wasn't this speed a little too outrageous? For example, Wolf King, who cultivated in seclusion in the castle all day, was only a 2-star battle saint. The double-winged snow eagle had already broken through to the battle saint realm when they were in the 9 districts. But now, he had just become a 3-star battle saint. After calculating, Qin Feiyang's speed was indeed twice as fast as theirs. Is the purple gold dragon blood really so powerful? Swoosh. After a while, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. 2 rays of bright light burst out of his eyes. The aura he emitted was also restrained. However, not only was he not happy about this breakthrough, but he also frowned. He remembered that it only took him 2 months to break through from a 1-star battle saint to a 2-star battle saint. But now, it took him 3 months to break through from a 2-star battle saint to a 3-star battle saint. In other words, the higher the level, the longer the time needed in the future. It was hard to imagine how long it would take to break through from an 8-star battle saint to a 9-star battle saint. Of course, this situation was very normal. Because no matter if it was a warrior, a battle king, or a battle emperor, the higher the star level, the longer the time needed. But at this rate, the remaining 1 year would not be enough for him to step into the battle emperor realm. Sigh. Why is it that my time is always not enough? Qin Feiyang sighed. Little Qin Zi, let's discuss something. Suddenly, Wolf King came in front of Qin Feiyang and smiled flatteringly. What? Qin Feiyang restrained his emotions and looked at it suspiciously. Wolf King grinned and said, "Brother wants to change blood." Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The double-winged snow eagle, Lu Hong, and the others were also stunned. Obviously, the white-eyed wolf was jealous. But this kind of thing could not be forced. Qin Feiyang could obtain the purple gold dragon blood because of the Qin Emperor's affection. And they were not the descendants of the Qin Emperor, nor did they have the Qin Emperor's bloodline power. How could they obtain the purple gold dragon blood? Wasn't this wishful thinking? Rather than having unrealistic dreams, it's better to cultivate. Good luck, I will wait for you in front. Qin Feiyang patted Wolf King's head and smiled playfully. He got up, took out the water avoidance pearl, and left the castle. Damn. This is simply unreasonable. If you want to be handsome, brother is more handsome than him. If you want to be awesome, brother is also more awesome than him. Why can he get such a great fortune, but brother can't? Wolf King was indignant. Lu Hong and the others rolled their eyes. A wolf was so narcissistic, did it know shame? At the bottom of the sea water was bone-chilling. The traces of sea beasts could be seen everywhere. Qin Feiyang restrained his aura to the extreme, avoided the sea beasts, and swept towards the sea surface. Dozens of breaths passed. Splash. Finally, he swept out of the sea surface and stood above the sea. He glanced around, turned into a stream of light, and sped towards the southwest. But not long after, he was heavily surrounded. It was the sea beasts that surrounded him. In the past, with the Sage Kingship and the 2 9-star battle saints, Wang Yu and Wang Zicheng, the sea beasts could not get close to him. Now that he was alone, he naturally could not be so relaxed. Fortunately, he had broken through to the 3-star battle saint. Fortunately, the beasts he encountered so far were not too strong, and he could barely kill his way through. But as time passed, he began to feel tired and his body was covered in wounds. But he did not ask for help. Because ever since he entered the Central Divine Kingdom, he had not fought seriously. It was not that he had become lazy, but that he did not dare to. Because he did not dare to use many methods, once he used them, his identity would be exposed. Boom. Splash. Roar. At this moment, Qin Feiyang had completely released himself. The purple gold dragon blood, the red sword qi, the flaming battle qi, and various perfect battle arts were frequently used. The more he fought, the braver he became, and the more he killed, the more energetic he became. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and he spilled blood all the way. Finally, he transformed into a fighting machine, crazily killing without exhaustion. Wherever he went, there were floating corpses everywhere, and the sea was dyed red. Roar. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud roar, a huge monster rushed out of the sea. Qin Feiyang's head was buzzing, and his eardrums were almost shattered. That sea beast was a king snapping turtle. Its body was several tens of meters long, and it resembled a lofty mountain. It emitted a frightening oppressive power. Like an invisible tide, it pounced toward Qin Feiyang with earth-shattering momentum. Qin Feiyang could not see through its cultivation, but judging from its aura, it should not be lower than a 6-star battle saint. He could fight it. He used the phantom steps, and like a god of war, he stepped toward the king, snapping turtle step by step. Clang! The red sword chi surged and turned into a flaming sword shadow, and with a sharp edge that could destroy the world, it slashed toward the turtle. Clang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the sword shadow slashed on the king snapping turtle's shell, and sparks flew everywhere as if it had slashed on divine iron. Roar! The next moment. Accompanied by a painful howl, the king snapping turtle's huge body was cut in half on the spot, and blood poured down like a waterfall. Qin Feiyang did not stop, and directly passed through the king snapping turtle's body. Bathed in the rain of blood, his fighting spirit was soaring. Next. The sea beasts he encountered were all 6-star battle saints and above. Although he killed them one by one, his injuries were getting more and more serious. There were even a few times when his sea of chi and heart were almost injured. Time flew. 4 hours passed. He had also been killing for 4 hours. An island came into sight. Qin Feiyang took a healing pill and prepared to enter the island to rest. However, just as he killed his way out of the encirclement of the sea beasts and was about to enter the island, there was an explosion of shocking saint aura on the island. Whoosh! Following closely. One by one, burly men rushed out from the island, and their aura shook the sea. "It's you guys." Qin Feiyang's face instantly darkened. "We guessed that you would go to the birthplace of the alchemy fire, so we waited for you here." Accompanied by a hoarse voice, an old man in a black robe walked out from the crowd and looked coldly at Qin Feiyang. "That's right. This person was Black Snake." Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one, and frowned. "Where's Hongxi?" The old man in the black robe grinned. "She wanted to compete with me to see who's lucky enough to catch you first, so she brought people to another island to wait. Now it seems that my luck is obviously better." Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. Only the old man in the black robe alone was not that difficult to deal with. "Give up." The old man in the black robe's eyes flickered. "Are you joking?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and decisively activated the concealment art. He used the phantom steps and quickly retreated. He disappeared again. "What's going on?" The old man in the black robe was bewildered. The group of burly men behind him were also in disbelief. "Little bastard, what kind of man are you to hide? If you have the guts, come out and fight face to face." The old man in the black robe was mad with hatred. This was not the first or second time. He felt like a clown, being played around by the other party. Emperor's aura erupted like a volcano, sweeping in all directions. The sea instantly boiled, setting off huge waves hundreds of feet high. But this time, because Qin Feiyang retreated at the first moment, the concealment art was not broken by the old man in the black robe. He stood far away in the void, looking at the crazy old man in the black robe silently. He was waiting for the time to counterattack. Time passed breath by breath. About a few hundred breaths passed. The old man in the black robe finally withdrew his emperor's aura, took out Viper 3, and shouted to the group behind him, "Let's go and meet up with Hongxi. It's time for you to die." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Like a poisonous snake bearing its fangs, he silently approached the old man in the black robe. The old man in the black robe was recovering Viper 3 and did not notice at all. Chapter 1028. Just as Viper number 3 was fully recovered, Qin Feiyang flew to the black-robed old man's side. Without hesitation, he took out the Chang Shui and stabbed the back of the black-robed old man's head from behind. The black-robed old man's head was directly penetrated, and his sea of consciousness and soul were instantly shattered. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the black-robed old man died on the spot. His angry eyes were filled with horror. "Lord Black Snake." The group of burly men was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang took out the Chang Shui and quietly retreated again. Bang! The black-robed old man fell on the deck, and blood spurted out from between his eyebrows and the back of his head. "Lord!" After the group of burly men came to their senses, they immediately surrounded the black-robed old man, and their faces were filled with panic. Why did this happen? Ancestor Mu did not appear, so why did he suddenly die? This concealment art is really a killing weapon. Qin Feiyang stood in the air, looking down at the group of burly men and muttering to himself. Without the concealment art, even if he used all his trump cards, he would not be able to kill the black-robed old man. No. He could not even hurt a hair on the black-robed old man. He could not even get close to the black-robed old man. Although the concealment art was only a perfect battle technique, in his opinion, it was more practical than the divine dragon technique and the 6-word divine technique. Prepare to despair, Qin Feiyang whispered, turned into a stream of light, and swooped down, landing behind the two burly men. Clang! The Chang Shui suddenly attacked, and it was invincible. It instantly pierced through the heads of the two men. Where are you? Come out quickly, don't hide in the dark and attack us. Everyone on the ship went crazy. Not only could they not see him, they could not even detect his aura. There was no way they could fight back. This is too scary. A thin middle-aged man roared in horror and left Viper number 1, fleeing into the void in the distance without looking back. Everyone was already in a state of panic, but when they saw the middle-aged man running away, they all broke down. They all fled in a panic, not even caring about the sacred artifact, Viper number 3. However, the god of death descended once again. With a flash, the head of the skinny middle-aged man who was the first to escape was immediately separated from his body. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Looking at this scene, everyone's body and mind trembled. They were in extreme despair. Don't run, come back, a slightly older man roared. That's right. We're like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. We'll only die faster if we flee like this. Another burly man anxiously roared. Everyone shuddered and returned to the deck of Viper number 3. Don't panic. Hurry up and send a message to Lord Hongxi. Before Lord Hongxi arrives, let's gather together and be careful. That's right. As long as we don't disperse, he won't be able to take advantage of us. The old man and the burly man shouted. Everyone quickly gathered around the two, and the big man immediately took out an image crystal to send a message to the gorgeous woman. However, just as he took out the image crystal, a bloody hole appeared on his head, and he fell to the ground, dead. Damn it. It's useless. The crowd that had just gathered immediately panicked again. Don't run around. There will be a way. Everyone, think carefully. The old man roared. Just as he roared, another 5 people lost their lives. The remaining people had no choice but to gather around the old man again. Both their faces and eyes were filled with helplessness. I have an idea. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up. His battle aura burst out and formed a barrier that enveloped the entire Viper number 3. No matter how terrifying he is, he's only a 2-star battle saint. He can't break through this defensive barrier. As long as we stay here, he can't do anything to us. The old man said. Someone immediately said, you're wrong. He's not a 2-star battle saint. He's a 3-star battle saint. What? Wasn't he just a 2-star battle saint the last time I saw him? The old man's gaze trembled. I noticed his cultivation level just now. He's really a 2-star battle saint. That person said again. I noticed it too. Another person followed. A trace of disbelief crept into the old man's eyes as he said, don't panic. I'm a 9-star battle saint. Even if he's a 3-star battle saint, he can't break through this barrier. Hurry up and inform Lord Hongxi. Immediately, someone took out an image crystal. Outside the barrier, Qin Feiyang looked at the old man and frowned. He didn't expect Viper to have such a powerful subordinate. One had to know. In the face of such a situation, anyone would be at a loss. As for this person, although he was a bit flustered at first, he only panicked for a short while before he quickly calmed down and thought of a countermeasure. Indeed. With this defensive barrier, he couldn't do whatever he wanted like before. Of course. It wasn't that he didn't have a way to break through this defensive barrier. For example, Chang Shui. With Chang Shui's ability, it would be easy for him to break through the barrier. However, if he did so, there would definitely be fluctuations in the barrier. The people inside would be able to detect it immediately and determine his location based on the fluctuations in the barrier. What's the matter? At this moment, the image of the gorgeous woman appeared. She looked at the old man and the group of people and asked coldly, Lord Hongxi, bad news. Ancestor Mu has appeared. He killed Lord Black Snake and many of our brothers. The old man cried out sorrowfully. What? Black Snake is dead. The gorgeous woman's expression suddenly changed. She felt as if she was dreaming. She was very clear about Black Snake's strength. Even a one-star combat emperor of the same realm might not be able to hurt him. However, she was told that he was killed by a 2-star combat saint. The old man cried out, Lord Hongxi, please come and save us. We really have no other way. Are you still on that island? The gorgeous woman asked in a low voice. The old man nodded. The gorgeous woman asked, what about Viper number 3? Still here. The old man said. The gorgeous woman said, quickly sign the blood contract. Don't let Ancestor Mu snatch it away. The old man said, don't worry. With my defensive barrier, he can't snatch it away. Okay, be careful. I'll bring people over immediately. It'll take at most half an hour. After the gorgeous woman finished speaking, the image quickly dissipated. Ancestor Mu, don't run if you have the guts. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. When Lord Hongxi comes, you'll be dead. The people on Viper number 3 finally heaved a sigh of relief and began to provoke him. Hongxi, Qin Feiyang glanced at those people and his eyes flickered. Hongxi would need half an hour to get here. However, the concealment art could last for half an hour. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to get rid of Hongxi. Oh right. I forgot to tell Lord Hongxi that Ancestor Mu can hide in the void and kill people without leaving a trace. Just as Qin Feiyang had this thought, the people on the ship also thought of it. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but tremble. If Lord Hongxi was assassinated like Lord Black Snake, then they would be completely hopeless. Of course. They could also ask Viper for help. However, the problem was that Viper was a person with a proud personality. Other than the one-eyed dragon, the gorgeous woman, and the black-robed old man, he didn't bother to establish a contract with anyone else. Therefore, as long as these 3 people died, no one would be able to contact Viper. The old man quivered and shouted, quickly send another message to Lord Hongxi. Tell her to be careful. Hearing the old man's words, Qin Feiyang decisively turned and left because there was no need to continue squatting. Half an hour passed. The concealment art dissipated on its own. Qin Feiyang also found an island and stood on the peak of a mountain. His head was lowered and his expression was uncertain. Viper had completely angered him. If he didn't find Viper to settle this score, he would always be unhappy. Swish. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he took out the image crystal. Buzz. Soon. Young Master Hao's shadow appeared. Wang Yu and Wang Zicheng were also beside him. Young Master Hao asked, are you done? Not yet. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then looked at Wang Zicheng and asked, where is Viper's lair? The 3 of them were stunned. Young Master Hao said in shock, you're not going to find Viper, are you? Qin Feiyang said coldly, I have always been a person who takes revenge, especially those who take the initiative to cause trouble. The corner of Wang Zicheng's mouth twitched fiercely. If these words were to reach Viper's ears, he would probably be so angry that he would jump up and down. Young Master Hao advised, brother, although we haven't seen Viper before, we can tell from his subordinates that he is definitely not a kind person. You'd better not be rash. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Qin Feiyang said. You're really stubborn. Young Master Hao shook his head helplessly and didn't try to persuade him anymore. You really want to go? Wang Zicheng asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Zicheng said, did you meet Viper's men again? Qin Feiyang said, we were ambushed by them, but Black Snake has already been killed. TSK. A 2-star battle saint killed a 1-star battle emperor. How amazing! Wang Zicheng exclaimed. No, he broke through. Wang Yu suddenly opened her mouth and looked at Qin Feiyang as if she was looking at a monster. What? Broke through? Young Master Hao and Wang Zicheng were shocked. They couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang seriously. They wouldn't know if they didn't look, but once they looked, they couldn't help but feel numb. 3 months to break through to 3-star battle saint. Oh my god. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? Was this a dream? Young Master Hao's mood was the worst. When they were in the Divine City, both of them were one-star battle saints. How long had it been since they came to the Azure Sea? There was a gap of 2 whole stages between the two of them. Young Master Hao said, "Brother, you lied to me at that time, right?" "What do you mean I lied to you?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Don't you remember? When I took you to see my father, you said you had cultivated for more than 100 years. But with your current speed, it's impossible." Young Master Hao said. "So it's about this." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Isn't this for your own good? So that you won't be affected." "Now I'm affected even more." Young Master Hao smiled bitterly. Chapter 1029. Although Qin Feiyang's words were a huge blow to young Master Hao, it also made him recognize himself. It was a good thing. "You really want to go?" Wang Zicheng looked at Qin Feiyang and asked again. Qin Feiyang nodded. No one could change his mind once he made up his mind. Wang Zicheng was too lazy to persuade him. He asked, "Where are you now?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I'm on a small island." "I don't know the name of the island." Wang Zicheng said, "Show me the full view of the island." Qin Feiyang nodded. He grabbed the image crystal and rose into the air. Standing in the air, he pointed the image crystal at the island below. In this way, the full view of the island was clearly displayed in front of Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng observed carefully for a moment and said, "I know. It's a nameless island. I've been there before. It's only about 200 li away from the nest of viper." "Which direction?" Qin Feiyang asked. "West. You'll pass by 4 more islands on the way. The 5th island after that is the nest of viper. It's called Viper Island. Viper Island has a very obvious characteristic. It's like a giant python wriggling on the surface of the sea. You have to be careful. Viper Island is not only the gathering place of poisonous insects and monsters in the inland sea, but also the air is filled with a kind of poisonous gas that can paralyze one's nerves." Wang Zicheng warned. "Thank you. After I'm done with this matter, I'll rush over to meet you guys," Qin Feiyang said and was about to put away the image crystal. "Wait. How are you going to deal with him? Are you going to use the invisibility technique? If you're going to use the invisibility technique, I advise you to give up. Viper's body is full of poison. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to get close to him," Wang Zicheng said. "If the invisibility technique doesn't work, I have other methods. Anyway, this time, I'll make him disappear from the world forever." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. After turning off the image crystal, he looked toward the west. His eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking killing intent roared out from his body. That murderous aura had already materialized. It was like wisps of blood-colored flames burning around him. At the same time, a bloody glow flickered between his eyebrows, and a bloody red kill character quickly appeared. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a god of death. His terrifying killing intent caused even the nearby saint beasts to tremble in despair. That was right. This was the kill character formula. This was also the first time he had activated the kill formula. One could only imagine how much he hated Viper. Qinghai's 10 heroes, just wait and see. You'll soon know that you don't have the qualifications to dominate this sea. Qin Feiyang mumbled as he activated the phantom steps, stepping into the air step by step. Roar! Several 6-star battle saint sea beasts roared as they rushed out from the sea. Their bloody mouths were wide open, revealing their dense fangs. Boom! Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands, and the divine dragon seal appeared, instantly killing them. Thus, a shocking scene unfolded. The blood that flowed out from the sea beasts turned into waves of blood-colored waves, surging towards Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. In the end, all of it was absorbed by the kill character. As the kill character absorbed more and more blood, his aura gradually increased. Kill character formula: I want to see if you can increase one's cultivation by a whole realm. It was recorded in the Iron Book that the essence of the kill character was that it could increase the user's cultivation by a whole realm by continuously absorbing the blood of living creatures. Take a closer look. It was not a small realm, but a whole realm. In other words, Qin Fei Yang, who was a battle saint, could forcefully step into the Battle Emperor realm by using the kill character formula. This was a godly formula that defied the natural order. However, whether this was the case or not had yet to be confirmed. Qin Fei Yang's long hair danced in the wind. He was like a demon god as he killed his way through. All the sea beasts that blocked his way were buried in the sea. Their blood was completely absorbed, leaving behind dried corpses that floated on the sea surface. Boom! After absorbing the blood of the 50th sea beast, Qin Fei Yang's aura suddenly soared to the level of a 4-star battle saint. However, this was just the beginning. Roar, splash, rumble. After advancing to the level of a 4-star battle saint, his methods became even more powerful. Those 5-star and 6-star sacred beasts were even more vulnerable. He went berserk with his killing spree. Boom. After absorbing the blood of the 100th sacred beast, his cultivation increased again, stepping into the level of a 5-star battle saint. He stepped on the corpses and blood as he advanced. His entire body was shrouded in a bloody mist. His eyes and black hair were gradually dyed red with blood. He looked like a grim reaper walking in hell. This is too terrifying. Is he a human or a devil? Those sea beasts that usually ran amok in the inner sea felt an indescribable sense of fear in their hearts at this moment. Some sea beasts that had just escaped immediately turned around and fled back into the sea when they saw this situation. Boom. After killing the 200th sea beast, Qin Fei Yang's cultivation broke through again, stepping into the level of a battle saint. He felt an unprecedented power. His blood surged and he felt that he could pierce through the sky with a single punch. He is a devil, a malefic star. Run. This part of the sea was boiling. Countless sea beasts jumped up and down, fleeing in fear. A mere human dares to come to the inner sea and cause trouble. You are courting death. An angry roar sounded. A Neptune lion broke through the waves. Its huge body was like a mountain and its ferocious aura was monstrous. It had the cultivation of an 8-star battle saint. Without saying a word, it pounced toward Qin Fei Yang. The fangs in its mouth were more than a meter long and were like sharp blades. They flickered with a cold light and were extremely terrifying. If you didn't block my way, would I have killed you? You are courting death. The 4th style of the Ruins of End technique, Ruins of End. Qin Fei Yang's expression was extremely cold. He pointed his index finger in the air and an invisible force roared in the sky, killing it in an instant. Blood gushed toward his glabella like a waterfall. The bloody word kill between his glabella became even more eye-catching. The murderous aura all over his body became even more shocking. Boom. After absorbing the blood of the 400th saint beast, his cultivation had stepped into the level of a 7-star battle saint. At this moment, regardless of whether it was his long hair or his eyes, they had all turned blood red, as if he was bathed in blood. The murderous aura was overwhelming. Do I need so much blood? Qin Fei Yang muttered. After absorbing the blood of 50 sea beasts, he had stepped into the level of a 4-star battle saint. After absorbing the blood of 100 sea beasts, he had stepped into the level of a 5-star battle saint. After absorbing the blood of 200 sea beasts, he had stepped into the level of a 6-star battle saint. After absorbing the blood of 400 sea beasts, he had stepped into the level of a 7-star battle saint. This was an exponential increase. And they were all saint beast. Although the kill technique was heaven-defying, it was indeed too bloody. Furthermore, as he absorbed more and more blood, he gradually lost his mind. This was caused by his murderous aura. The murderous aura had already replaced his consciousness. In the end, he might even lose himself completely and become a demon king who only knew how to kill. Boom. It was unknown how much time had passed. Finally, Qin Fei Yang's cultivation had stepped into the level of an 8-star battle saint. This also meant that he had killed a total of 800 sea beasts. Of course. The sea beasts that he killed were basically those that took the initiative to provoke him. At this point, he finally saw the first island that Wang Zicheng had mentioned. The island had a diameter of about half a mile and there was an extremely powerful aura on the island. A 9-star battle saint. Obviously, there was a 9-star battle saint beast lurking on the island. What? Is he a human? Why does he look like a demon? It was a lion-headed eagle. It was not big in size and was only slightly more than 3 meters long. It had the head of a lion and the body of a falcon. Its fur was bright and shiny like satin. It was the king of this area and ruled over countless sea beasts. However, at this moment, it stood on the peak of a mountain in the middle of the island and looked at Qin Feiyang from afar. Its huge eyes were filled with terror. Whoosh! When Qin Feiyang stepped into the sky above the island, the terrifying murderous aura enveloped the entire area. The lion-headed eagle trembled and quickly turned to flee. Qin Feiyang did not give chase. He glanced at the island coldly and continued to fly forward. Afterward, there were no more sea beasts that dared to block his way. Soon after, the second island that Wang Zicheng had mentioned also entered his line of sight. There was not a single aura of a beast on the island. Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. At this rate, he might not even be able to reach the level of a 9-star battle saint. However, after thinking about it, it did not matter. Although Viper had mastered the forbidden skill, he was only an 8-star battle saint. Although he did not have the forbidden skill, he had mastered 2 divine arts. Whoosh! Without further delay, he used the phantom steps and increased his speed to the maximum, heading straight for Viper Island. He passed by the 3rd island and the 4th island. Finally, Viper Island appeared in front of him. Viper Island covered an area of more than 10 miles. There were undulating mountains and lush greenery on the island. From afar, it really looked like a giant python lurking on the surface of the sea. At the same time, there was a mountain peak in the middle of Viper Island. It was more than 10,000 feet tall and the peak of the mountain was flat and neat. At the peak of the mountain, there was a black ancient castle. There was no one around, making it look mysterious and eerie. However, there was a young man sitting in the ancient castle that was tightly shut. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a slender figure. He had regular facial features and could be considered a talent. However, his skin was eerily green. Especially his pair of green eyes. They were like a pair of snake eyes that were emitting a cold glow. That's right. This man was Viper, the old venomous creature that struck fear in people. What exactly is this? After studying it for so long, I still have no clue. At this moment, Viper was holding a jade bottle in his hand. There was a red liquid in the bottle. This was the temporary antidote given to him by the green-robed old man. Viper was quite confident in the art of poison refinement. Originally, he wanted to dissect the red liquid and research the real antidote from it. By then, he would no longer be threatened by the green-robed old man. However, after a period of analysis and dissection, he realized that he could not identify the composition of the red liquid. Since he could not identify the composition, he could not concoct the real antidote. This made him very angry. Chapter 1030. Maybe I'm not careful enough. I need to study it carefully. Viper muttered and poured out a drop of red liquid into his mouth. He closed his eyes and savored it carefully. Whether it was the poison or the antidote, they were all refined from various medicinal herbs. The only difference was whether they were poisonous or not. Therefore, as long as he could figure out which medicinal herbs were used to refine this red liquid, he would definitely be able to concoct the real antidote. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a terrifying murderous aura coming from afar toward the island. Who's here? He opened his eyes, which were filled with shock. After living for hundreds of years, this was the first time he felt such a strong murderous aura. This murderous aura even terrified him and made him feel hopeless. Swoosh! He suddenly stood up, kept the jade bottle, and said coldly, "I'd like to see who has the guts to come to my territory and cause trouble." After saying that, Viper waved his hand and the gate of the ancient castle quickly opened. Whoosh! Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew out of the ancient castle. He stood at the peak of the mountain and looked ahead. Why does he look so familiar? When he saw Qin Feiyang flying toward him from the sky above the sea, A trace of doubt crept between his brows. It's him. Ancestor Mu. Suddenly, he remembered. Wasn't that the person who the green-robed old man wanted to kill? But that wasn't right. Hadn't the black snake and the red snake already dealt with him? Why would he come here? Could it be that the black snake and the red snake failed? Impossible. Both of them were battle emperors and this Ancestor Mu was only a 2-star battle saint. When Viper thought of this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because he saw Qin Feiyang's cultivation level clearly. 8-star battle saint. What was going on? Viper was dumbfounded. Previously, the green-robed old man had personally said that this person was only a 2-star battle saint. Moreover, previously, the black snake and the red snake failed to kill him on the Devil Island and reported to him that he was indeed only a 2-star battle saint. But how did he suddenly become an 8-star battle saint? Let's talk about Qin Feiyang. Before entering the island, he had already sensed Viper's aura. He raised his head and scanned the island. Very soon, when he saw Viper standing on the peak of the mountain, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Back then, when Wang Zicheng and Viper were communicating via voice transmission, he had seen Viper in person, so he recognized him at a glance. Rumble. Crack. As Qin Feiyang stepped onto Mamba Island, his horrifying holy power and murderous intent turned into huge waves that destroyed everything on the island. It could be described as unstoppable. Wherever he went, mountains would collapse, plants would fly, and the ground would sink. It was like a scene from the end of the world. At the sight of this, a sinister look crept into Viper's eyes as he hollered, "Kill him." Boom. His voice fell. The entire Mamba Island was filled with ferocious auras. Following closely, rays of light and shadows surrounded Qin Feiyang from all directions. Those shadows were formed by poisonous creatures. Poisonous scorpions, poisonous spiders, poisonous snakes, poisonous frogs. In short, all the poisonous creatures that Qin Feiyang had seen in his life were here. There were also many poisonous creatures that he had never seen before. There were hundreds and thousands of them, and the air was filled with poisonous gas. Moreover, every poisonous insect and every poisonous beast had the cultivation level of a battle sage. This is indeed a nest of poisonous creatures. Even Qin Feiyang could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he saw the densely packed poisonous creatures. Just like what Wang Zicheng had said, every corner of the island was filled with poisonous substances that could not be dissolved. Even the plants and trees were poisonous. It was not an exaggeration to say that. As long as any battle saint in the world entered this island, only death awaited them. However, he was not afraid. Clang. Red sword chi gushed out from his body like a torrent. 10 rays of sword shadows appeared in the blink of an eye, exuding an aura that could destroy the world. Die. As he shouted in a low voice, the sword shadows spread out and slashed in all directions. It was as though a real divine sword had been unsheathed. The ear-piercing sound of the sword resonated and tore the mountains and rivers apart. Chirp, 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 hiss. In an instant, Mamba Island was drowned in all kinds of miserable cries. Hordes of poisonous creatures were smashed into pieces by the peerless aura of the sword shadows. In less than 5 breaths, almost all the poisonous creatures that came from all directions were killed. Their blood dyed the sky red. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood that was left behind by the poisonous creatures and his eyes flickered. If the kill formula absorbed the blood, his cultivation level would definitely reach the level of a 9-star battle sage. However, he was hesitant. These were all highly poisonous creatures and their blood contained deadly toxins. Would it hurt him if he absorbed the blood? In the end, he gave up on this idea. He was about to fight with Mamba Island and he could not afford to make any mistakes now. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Mamba Island, who was standing on the peak of the mountain. He said coldly, "Don't you think you can stop me with these poisonous creatures? Aren't you too naive?" Mamba Island's face darkened and he said coldly, "What happened to your cultivation level? I'll tell you when you kneel down at my feet." Qin Feiyang took a step forward and left a trail of afterimages as he dashed toward the peak of the mountain. Perfect auxiliary combat art. Mamba Island's pupils contracted. When the green-robed old man asked him to kill this person, He had already expected that this person was not simple. He did not expect it to be true. A perfect auxiliary combat art was not something that an ordinary person could possess. However, this was nothing in front of him, Mamba Island. I don't know why Black Snake and Red Snake failed. However, once you enter Mamba Island, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Mamba Island stepped on the void and said coldly as he walked toward Qin Fei Yang. That was also a perfect auxiliary combat art. At the same time, his aura spread out bit by bit like the sign of a volcano eruption. Boom! When the holy aura of an 8-star battle sage was fully released, the entire island shook violently. Even the void was shaking and twisting. Qin Fei Yang was also emitting an imposing aura that shook the heavens. It was as though the heavens and earth could no longer contain him. Two young men with similar appearances. Although they did not look strong, at this moment, they were like two towering mountains. At this moment, time seemed to have slowed down. Both of them were moving at a fast speed. After all, both of them had used perfect auxiliary combat arts. However, the process seemed to take a long time. It seemed as though a few centuries had passed before both of them crossed the void and met each other. Both of them did not speak and the island fell into a dead silence. However, this dead silence did not last long. Kill. Both of them seemed to have discussed this beforehand. They growled at the same time and charged toward each other at the same time. When both of their fists met, the heavens and earth were silent. Boom. However, at the next moment, a loud, deafening sound suddenly exploded. Both of them trembled and took a few steps back. Their faces were pale. That's right. This is the strength of an 8-star battle sage. The information can't be wrong. He must have used some shocking means. Could it be a forbidden technique as well? However, there is a gap of 6 small realms between a 2-star battle sage and an 8-star battle sage. What kind of forbidden technique can achieve this? Viper was shocked and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, Qin Fei Yang lowered his head and looked at his fist. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He saw that there was a layer of green mist on his fist. It was like gangrene attached to his bones. Not only was it impossible to get rid of, but it also flowed along his arm and entered his body. This was the poison on Viper's body. He was a poisonous creature. As long as one came into contact with his body, the poison would immediately stick to his body. Indeed, he is not simple. However, it's not impossible. As long as I don't fight with him naked. Qin Fei Yang raised his head and looked at Viper as he muttered to himself. With a thought, a crimson sword aura soared into the sky and turned into a 1,000-foot sword shadow. It was as sharp as a giant mountain. Viper's pupils contracted again. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Not only do you have perfect auxiliary combat arts, but you also have perfect offensive combat arts. How dare you challenge me?" "Challenge you? You think too highly of yourself. Look carefully. I'm not challenging you. I'm going to crush you." Qin Fei Yang's eyes were filled with disdain. With a wave of his hand, the 1,000-foot sword shadow pierced through the sky and slashed toward Viper. Arrogant. Even Wang Zicheng and the others wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words in front of me. Who do you think you are? Venom Snake was enraged. A green stream of air gushed out of his body like a flood from an open dam. This was his battle chi. Just like him, his battle chi also contained a lethal poison. "You're not the only one who has perfect combat arts," he roared furiously. His battle chi quickly condensed into a giant python in the air. Its size was more than 1,000 feet long. Its entire body was covered with green snake scales. Its eyes were as big as a dustpan and they shone with a bone-chilling light. "Crush it." Viper angrily pointed at the sword shadow. Hiss. The giant python immediately bared its fangs and dragged its mountain-like body toward the sword shadow. Rumble. Crack. The two giant objects collided with each other. Like fireworks, the sky was filled with flames. At the same time, a destructive stream of air gushed out in all directions like a torrent of ferocious beast. In less than 3 breaths' time, the entire Viper Island was torn apart and swallowed by the raging waves. "You've destroyed my home. I'll kill you." Viper was completely enraged. Using his perfect auxiliary combat arts, he charged toward Qin Feiyang crazily. I'm not only going to destroy Viper Island. I'm going to destroy you too. Qin Feiyang sneered. He executed his phantom steps to the extreme. As he retreated, he maintained a certain distance from Viper and used the ultimate skill. Ultimate skill. Suddenly, he raised his arm and pointed at the sky. An invisible force covered the sky and caused huge waves to rise from the sea below. Another perfect slaughter combat art. Viper's heart trembled when he sensed the danger brought by the invisible force. How many tricks does this person have? You're scared already? Then kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, I'll waste my time attacking you. Qin Feiyang said. Arrogant. Continue to be arrogant. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Viper's face was ferocious. His battle chi surged to the sky. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a green poisonous dragon appeared. The first style of the poisonous dragon incantation, Poisonous Dragon's Light. Chapter 1031. Qin Feiyang took a few steps back and said indifferently, to be able to resolve that attack, not bad. You're not as weak as I thought you were. Although it was a compliment, Viper was displeased by his indifferent attitude and tone. That was because in his opinion, Qin Feiyang was mocking him. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me with such an attitude? Just you wait. Soon, you'll be kneeling on the ground and begging me to let you off. Second style of the Poison Dragon Manual, Poison Dragon Hellfire. As Viper finished his sentence, the Poison Dragon roared deafeningly. Following that, the Poison Dragon opened its mouth and spat out a green flame that swept through the sky and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. The flame was not a real flame. It was condensed from Viper's poison gas. The terrifying poison spread in all directions and even Qin Feiyang could not help but feel dizzy. He hurriedly consumed an antidote pill. However, because he was fast, Viper did not see how many elixir patterns it had. If an antidote pill can resolve my poison gas, how can I dominate this sea region? Viper sneered and his eyes were filled with mockery. Qin Feiyang remained silent. It was undeniable that Viper's attainments in poison refinement were indeed terrifying. The antidote pill he consumed earlier on had 5 elixir patterns. As for the antidote pill with 5 elixir patterns, it could even remove the black malice poison refined by the ugly old woman. But now, it could only alleviate the effects and could not completely remove it. As such, it could be seen. Viper's poison gas was enough to kill people of the same realm. It seemed like he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, if the poison gas in his body accumulated, he would be in a passive situation instead. Clang. In an instant, the scarlet sword chi in his chi sea poured out and dozens of flaming sword shadows were formed. Each of them exuded a sharp aura that could destroy the world. There's such a method. Viper was shocked. Qin Feiyang roared and his voice was like thunder. It shook the sea region for miles and set off huge waves. Clang. Immediately, the dozens of sword silhouettes moved out in full force, carrying thousands of sword chi as they charged towards Viper. The poison dragon underworld fire was unable to put up any resistance and instantly turned into nothingness. It could be said to be unstoppable. Puff. Venom Snake spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not panic at all. Instead, his expression became even more ferocious. You think you can defeat me? Dream on. Third style, Poison Dragon Possession. Viper waved his hand and the poisonous dragon swooped down. It turned into a waterfall and entered the space between his eyebrows. Boom. Immediately, a terrifying aura rushed out from the snake's body. Moreover, his aura was rising crazily. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level had actually reached the level of a 9-star battle saint. Do you see that? This is the true profundity of the poison dragon art. It can raise my cultivation by a minor realm. Now that I am a 9-star battle saint and you are still an 8-star battle saint, what do you have to fight me? The Viper roared, and with a wave of its hand, a giant python appeared. The giant python's body was like a mountain ridge, releasing a monstrous ferocious might. It revealed its dense venomous fangs and actually shattered the dozens of sword shadows with irresistible force. Puff. The sword shadows were continuously shattered, causing Qin Feiyang to suffer heavy injuries. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The true profundity of the poison dragon art? He looked at the viper with eyes full of mockery. In terms of power, the poison dragon art was indeed a pinnacle perfect battle art. However, in front of the kill art, it was not worth mentioning. This was because the poison dragon art could only raise the cultivation level by a minor realm. However, the kill art could raise the cultivation level by a major realm. What kind of difference was this? A frog at the bottom of a well, how pitiful. Qin Feiyang shook his head and placed his hands in front of his chest to form a seal. A vast and mighty dragon power surged out like a volcanic eruption. Hum. Boom. In the next moment, a square seal appeared. It was the size of a palm and emitted a dazzling purple-gold divine light. At the bottom of the square seal, there was a lifelike purple-gold divine dragon. That's right. It was the first style of the divine dragon art, the divine dragon seal. When the divine art appeared, its godly might intimidated the surroundings. Viper's heart suddenly surged with an uncontrollable fear. Kneel down. Qin Feiyang roared and his aura surged. Hum. The divine dragon seal streaked across the sky and the roar of the dragon shook the heavens. The giant python let out a hiss and instantly collapsed. Then, the divine dragon seal carried a shocking might and suppressed the venom snake. Plop. The mighty godly might shrouded the world. Viper could not help but tremble and kneel down in the void. This kneel was like a bolt from the blue, causing his mind to rumble. I am one of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. I am an invincible king of the same realm. How can I kneel to others? Bastard, I want to destroy you and make you never reincarnate. Viper suddenly stood up and a destructive aura surged out of his body. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. It seemed that Viper was desperate and wanted to use a forbidden technique. Poison domain. As expected. The venomous snake let out a hysterical roar. Green poisonous mist burst out from its body and surged in all directions like a tide. In an instant, Qin Feiyang was drowned by the poisonous fog. Immediately, he sensed that wisps of terrifying poisonous gas were madly drilling into his pores. His face, lips, and skin quickly turned black. This was the sign of being poisoned. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The poison now was several times more terrifying than before. He quickly used his battle chi to seal his pores. However, he was shocked to find that it was meaningless. Not only was it meaningless, the poisonous gas also had a terrifying corrosive power, crazily eroding his battle chi, including the power of his bloodline. Qin Feiyang was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. He could feel that facing this poisonous fog, even a 9-star battle saint would not be able to escape death. Even a 1-star battle emperor would not be able to escape safely. Ha. Crazy. Continue. Viper was like a demon god, standing proudly in front of Qin Feiyang and laughing wildly. The poison domain was his forbidden technique. The domain covered an area of 10 miles. Any living creature that entered this domain, unless they had overwhelming strength, would not be able to escape. Once the poisonous fog entered the body of a living creature, it would immediately pounce on all the vital points. For example, the chi, the heart, and even the soul. These places were undoubtedly the most fatal places. Once entangled by the poisonous gas, even if a god descended to the mortal world, he would not be able to save him. Qin Feiyang glanced at the poisonous fog, looked at Viper and sneered, "Then as you wish, continue to be crazy." Boom. His body shook, and the purple-gold battle chi broke out of his body, transforming into a huge purple-gold dragon. Roar. The purple-gold dragon turned in the air and let out a loud dragon roar at Viper. Immediately, a sound wave was born, like an invisible wave, sweeping across the sky, and all the poisonous fog was instantly annihilated. Viper turned pale with fright. Even a forbidden technique could be forcefully broken? What level of battle art was this? Just as he was in a daze, the sound wave roared and arrived. With a blood-curdling scream, his body was instantly drenched in blood. This roar of the purple-gold dragon was not just a simple roar. It was the second move of the divine dragon method, The divine dragon's roar. There was no suspense. Viper was heavily injured by this attack. His entire body was a mess of flesh and blood as he powerlessly fell to the ground. The 10 heroes of the Azure Sea are only SOSO. Qin Feiyang laughed in disdain. He took a step forward and pierced through Viper's Qi Si with a finger, crippling his cultivation. Then, his hands quickly formed a seal, and an enslavement seal quickly appeared, fusing into the top of Viper's head. Ah! Viper hugged his head and screamed for a while. Suddenly, he realized that there seemed to be something extra in his head. He stared at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger, and roared, "What did you do to me?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a battle chi appeared, holding Viper in the air, and said indifferently, "This is an enslavement seal, it can control your soul, and now, with just a thought, your soul will scatter." Impossible. How could there be such a thing in this world? Viper shook his head, his face incomparably ferocious. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to answer. He directly used his actions to prove it. Viper immediately screamed miserably. He felt as if his head was about to split open, and his face was distorted. At this moment, he could clearly feel the aura of death. "Don't kill me. Stop it." He hurriedly cried out in fear. Qin Feiyang stopped operating the enslavement seal, and said indifferently, "Now tell me, do I have the qualifications to be arrogant?" "Yes, yes, yes." Viper nodded repeatedly. Originally, he thought that he could easily get rid of this person. Who would have thought that he would be so ridiculously strong? Qin Feiyang swallowed another detoxification pill to relieve the poison in his body, and said, "Then do you need me to remind you what to do now?" "No need." Viper hurriedly waved his hand, and then knelt in the air, begging for mercy and kowtowing. "I thought that the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea were some amazing people. It turns out that they are also so spineless." Qin Feiyang crossed his arms in front of his chest and mocked. "Spineless?" Viper sneered. What was the use of spineless? Only when one was alive would there be hope, a future, and a chance. Qin Feiyang shook his head. As the saying went, in the face of death, self-esteem and face were worthless. He said indifferently, "Tell me, why do you want to kill me?" "This." Viper hesitated. The strength of the old man in green was even more terrifying than the person in front of him. If the news was leaked, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape death. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he shouted, "Tell me." Viper's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly said, "It's an old man who wants to kill you, but I don't know him." "If you don't know him, why do you want to help him?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "He forced me to take a kind of poison. If I don't do as he says, he won't give me the antidote." There was a trace of resentment in his tone. If the old man in green had not forced him, he would not have ended up in this state. "No way." Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wasn't Viper an expert in refining poisons? Was there a poison that he could not cure? In the past, I thought that I was the best in refining poisons because I could even cure the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion. However, it was only when I met that old bastard that I realized that I had been deceiving myself and others the entire time. I had been viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. Viper sighed, looking rather lonely. "What? Even the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion can be cured?" Qin Feiyang was in disbelief. He had personally experienced the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion. Other than the poison of the bloodsoul spider, there was almost no antidote. However, Viper told him that he could cure the poison of the bloodthirsty scorpion. How could he not be shocked? After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang asked, "Is it the poison of the bloodsoul spider?" "No. It's the universal antidote that I concocted myself." Viper shook his head. "Universal antidote?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly said, "Let me see." Viper took out a jade bottle that was half filled with a milky white liquid that had a hazy luster. One could vaguely feel a sacred aura. Qin Feiyang took the jade bottle, opened the cork, and sniffed it. There was a pleasant fragrance that could make one feel refreshed. Viper said, "This is called sacred water. It can cure hundreds of poisons." "Cure hundreds of poisons?" Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, "You're not lying to me?" "How would I dare to lie to you now?" Viper smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang did not dare to let his guard down. He secretly peeked at Viper's inner thoughts. After confirming that there was no evil intention, he poured a drop of sacred water and put it into his mouth. Immediately, he felt that the sacred water turned into a majestic energy that surged to his limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, the poison that had seeped into his body was swept away. Not bad. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. With this thing, he would not have to worry about being poisoned in the future. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, Viper's heart skipped a beat. He said fawningly, "If you like it, I'll give it to you." "Give it to me." Qin Feiyang was stunned. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he joked, "Even if I snatch it now, can you stop me?" Viper's expression froze. Yes. Now that he had become a prisoner, there was no need to talk about what he had. As long as the other party asked, he had no right to refuse. Qin Feiyang glanced at Viper, lowered his head and fell into deep thought. As for Viper, he had come with the intention of killing him. But now, he was a little hesitant. Because this person was still valuable. If he kept him by his side, he might be able to help him in the future. He might even become his right-hand man. At the same time, seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, Viper could not help but feel nervous. After some time, Qin Feiyang looked up at Viper and asked, "What does the old man who ordered you look like?" Viper hurriedly used his battle chi to create the image of the old man in cyan. Qin Feiyang sized up the old man in cyan and asked Viper, "Have you seen him in Qinghai before?" "Never. It should be his first time in Qinghai." Viper shook his head and deduced. First time in Qinghai. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes and he took out the image crystal. Buzz. After a while, a young man appeared. It was Wu Yang. Qin Feiyang pointed at the image of the old man in cyan and asked, "Do you know him?" Wu Yang glanced at the old man in cyan and his eyes trembled slightly. He said in surprise, "Why are you asking about him? You know him?" Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and asked. Wu Yang said in a deep voice, "Of course I know him. He is the former steward of the divine Python tribe. His name is Pei Qin, commonly known as Elder Qin. He is the confidant of the leader of the divine Python tribe. His methods are very terrifying." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. How could he be from the divine Python tribe? Although he knew that Pei Zhongfeng was killed by the leader of the divine Python tribe, the leader of the divine Python tribe did not know that. Therefore, there was no such thing as killing people to silence them. But other than that, what else could it be? There must be a reason why a person wanted to kill another person. Or was it purely Pei Qin's idea and had nothing to do with the leader of the divine Python tribe? But he did not remember when he had offended Pei Qin. What was going on? Chapter 1032. Is there anything else? Wu Yang asked. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head, but he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Has your chief received the news of Guo Xiangzhong's death?" "What? Housekeeper Guo is dead?" Wu Yang was surprised. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Where did he die? How did he die?" Wu Yang asked. Although Qin Feiyang had asked him about Guo Xiangzhong's situation before, he did not tell him the reason. Therefore, there were many things that he did not know. Qinghai. As for how he died, he must have been killed. Qin Feiyang smiled. Qinghai. Wu Yang's heart trembled. Wasn't Ancestor Mu in Qinghai now? In an instant, he thought of a general idea and said, "I didn't hear about Guo Xiangzhong's death. I guess the chief hasn't received the news either. It's good that he didn't receive the news. Also, I don't want any more twists and turns, so you must keep this matter a secret." Qin Feiyang said. If the chief of the Qilin tribe knew about Guo Xiangzhong's death, he might send someone else. Moreover, he might send someone stronger than Guo Xiangzhong. It would be troublesome then. "I will." Wu Yang nodded and turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and lowered his head to look at Viper, who was kneeling in front of him. Viper's body trembled and a trace of flattery appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I can spare your life, but in the future, you must obey my orders." Viper's expression stiffened and he frowned, You want me to submit? Yes. Qin Feiyang said. Viper's eyes flashed with anger and said, I can submit to you, but what about the poison in my body? If I don't kill you, Pei Qin will definitely not give me the antidote. Qin Feiyang said, as long as you agree, I will find a way to get you the antidote. You. Pei Qin is a 5-star combat emperor, or even stronger. How can you help me? Viper said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, there will always be a way. Besides, do you have a choice right now? Alas. Viper let out a long sigh. That's right, he had no choice. If he wanted to live, he could only submit. Don't look so reluctant. Many people cry and beg to follow me, but I don't like them. Qin Feiyang sneered. Who would believe such nonsense? Viper secretly despised Su Dao, but he did not dare to show it. Nodding his head, he replied, all right, I'll follow you, but you must help me get the antidote. Once he got his hands on the antidote, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Follow. Temph, naive. He, Viper, was one of the Blue Sea's 10 heroes. How could he follow a nobody? Qin Feiyang said, do you really think I'm a nobody? Viper was shocked. How did this person know what he was thinking? The slavery seal has another function, and that is to peek into your heart. No matter what you are thinking, I will know. Qin Feiyang said. This. Viper was dumbfounded. In that case, there would be no more secrets. Let me tell you, in terms of identity, the Blue Sea's 10 heroes are nothing in my eyes. Qin Feiyang sneered. Then I shall wait and see. Let's see what kind of identity you have. Viper snorted. Then you will wait and see. Qin Feiyang did not talk nonsense and asked, do you have Pei Qin's continuous method? No. Viper shook his head. Qin Feiyang asked again, then how long will the antidote he gave you last? About half a year. Viper said. Half a year. Qin Feiyang pondered and suddenly said, if I use the antidote with 6 veins, can it clear the poison in your body? 6 veins? Are you kidding? Who in the world can refine a pill with 6 veins? Besides, even if someone can refine it, it may not be useful. Viper said. It may not be useful, which means it may be feasible. Let's try it first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took Viper into the castle. Where is this place? Viper immediately looked at this unfamiliar place in bewilderment. Beat him. At the same time, Wolf King roared and quickly rushed to Viper with the double-winged snow eagle and the other beasts, punching and kicking him. Ah! Bastard, who are you? Get out of my way. Viper was stunned. After a scream, he roared again and again. Wolf King and the other beasts ignored him and crazily beat him up. After a while, Viper turned into a pig's head. The wounds on his body that were about to scab burst open again and were dripping with blood. The double-winged snow eagle snorted. If little Qin Zi didn't like you, I would have swallowed you. Yes, how dare you go against us? You are really reckless. Wolf King stood in front of Viper like a human, his eyes full of coldness. Who the fuck are you guys? Why are you attacking me for no reason? Are you crazy? Viper roared angrily. Who are we? Wolf King and the other beasts looked at each other and laughed evilly. Don't fight, let's talk. Viper saw that the situation was not good. He quickly waved his hand and his swollen face was full of flattery. Coward. Wolf King glanced at him disdainfully and looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Little Qin Zi, isn't it enough that you have so many brothers to accompany you? Why do you have to take in this coward? What do you mean? The double-winged snow eagle also said, are you starting to alienate us because we are weak and can't help you? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. How could these guys have such a rich imagination? When did he have such thoughts? He was really wronged. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these guys. He turned and walked to the furnace. With a thought, the nether devil flame swooped down and floated below the furnace. You're an alchemist. Looking at this scene, Viper did not care about the pain in his body. He crawled up and asked in surprise. Are you surprised? The surprise is yet to come. A frog at the bottom of a well wants to dominate a region. How ridiculous. Wolf King and the other beasts ridiculed him mercilessly. Viper was angry, but he tactfully shut his mouth when he saw the fierce eyes of the other beasts. Qin Feiyang ignored him and took out a set of herbs for the detoxification pill. He revived the nether devil flame and started to refine the pill. This is. Viper was shocked when the nether devil flame was revived. Very quickly, a detoxification pill with 6 elixir veins was refined. Try it. Qin Feiyang grabbed the detoxification pill and threw it to Viper. Viper caught it in a panic. He lowered his head and looked at it. It was as if he was struck by lightning and his mind rumbled. 6 elixir veins. How was that possible? This person could refine a pill with 6 elixir veins. Was he dreaming? He rubbed his eyes and looked at it again. The 6 elixir veins on the detoxification pill were like the halo of an angel, emitting a dazzling light that was enchanting. Viper gulped and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. If I'm not wrong, that elixir fire is also a grade 7 elixir fire. Who are you? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Didn't Barbarian Bull tell you? I'm the personal disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master. No. I'm asking about your true identity. Viper said. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he asked curiously, how did you know that I have another identity? Intuition. Viper said. Qin Feiyang said, intuition is too vague. Don't take it too seriously. Viper looked at him deeply and did not continue asking. He consumed the detoxification pill in his hand and closed his eyes to check the situation in his body. A moment later, he opened his eyes, shook his head and sighed, it's just as I expected. His face was also full of disappointment. This, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other. Even the detoxification pill with 6 elixir veins did not have any effect. What kind of poison did Pei Qin give Viper? Viper said again, it's not that it has no effect. At least it has a relieving effect. If there are more elixir veins, maybe it can be done. What about the 7 elixir veins? Qin Feiyang asked. Viper was slightly stunned and asked excitedly, can you refine it? Not for the time being. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Viper instantly became dispirited and sighed, it seems that I can only think of a way to get the antidote from Pei Qin. Qin Feiyang said, Pei Qin wants me. Unless you give me to him, he won't give you the antidote. Viper could not help but feel desperate. How could he, who had been reduced to a prisoner, hand this person over to Pei Qin? Unless this person was willing. But this kind of thing, no one was willing to do. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, why don't you fake your death? When I get the antidote, we can escape. Fake my death? Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded, this is a good idea, but I'm worried, speaking of this. Qin Feiyang fell silent and was a little uneasy. Viper asked, what are you worried about? I'm worried that Pei Qin will not only not give you the antidote, but also kill you to silence you. After all, I am the disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master. He will definitely worry that you will leak it out. Because once exposed, his divine Python tribe will face the wrath of the Chief Pagoda Master. This is not something they can bear. Qin Feiyang said. Viper's eyelids twitched. Not to mention, this was really possible. The best way is to research the antidote yourself, or find a way to get me a cluster of 7th grade elixir fire. Qin Feiyang said. Why do I need a 7th grade elixir fire? Viper was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, to refine a 7th grade elixir pattern antidote. Now he had a 7th grade elixir fire. As long as he got another 7th grade elixir fire, plus the 7th grade elixir fire that was about to be born, the Nether Devil Flame could be upgraded to the 8th grade. And the 8th grade Nether Devil Flame could allow him to refine a 7th grade elixir pattern antidote. Maybe he could remove the poison in Viper's body. The double-winged snow eagle raised its eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly, saying, aren't you finding a problem for yourself? Why bother? Just kill him and end it all. Don't. I have already chosen to surrender, which means that we are family now. You can't do anything treacherous. Hearing the double-winged snow eagle's words, Viper's face changed and he quickly said, who's family with you? Don't flatter yourself. The double-winged snow eagle rolled its eyes. Wolf King and the other beasts also looked indifferent. Chapter 1033. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wolf King and the other two beasts and smiled. They're just joking. Don't take it seriously. So they're just joking. Viper sighed in relief. Wolf King frowned. Little Qin Zi, we're not joking this time. The double-winged snow eagle nodded. That's right. I feel uncomfortable staying with an old poison all day long. Viper hurriedly said, don't worry. Although I'm full of poison, I can control and release it freely. It won't hurt you. Really? Wolf King and the double-winged snow eagle didn't believe him. Viper nodded. With a thought, the green color on his skin quickly faded. Soon, it became the color of an ordinary person's skin. And his eyes turned from green to black. Don't say it. Viper, who had returned to normal, looked different in an instant. He had exquisite facial features, deep eyes, a slender figure, and thick eyebrows. He was the epitome of a handsome man. You can really do it. Wolf King was surprised and asked suspiciously, if you can look like a normal person, why do you always look like that? Viper said, if you want to survive in the inland sea, you have to be careful at all times. And poison is my natural defense. That's how it is. Wolf King suddenly understood. Indeed. As long as Viper activated the poison in his body, no one dared to approach him. Can you accept it now? Viper looked at Wolf King and the other two beasts and asked pitifully. The two beasts looked at each other and finally nodded in agreement. But there was an additional condition. They must obey their orders in the future. In order to survive, Viper had to compromise. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Viper. Let's get down to business. Besides the alchemy fire that's about to be born, are there any other 7th grade alchemy fires in the inland sea? Viper thought and shook his head. I haven't heard of any. That's not good. The medicine that Pei Qin gave you can only last for half a year. I'm afraid it's difficult to gather 3 7th grade alchemy fires in half a year. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Could it be that only Pei Qin could remove the poison in the snake's body? Wolf King said, why don't we just go straight to the divine python tribe and force them to hand over the antidote? It's feasible. The two-winged snow eagle nodded. I think it's feasible too. Although we don't know whether it was Pei Qin's idea to murder you or the order of the chief of the divine python tribe, we can be sure that they don't dare to make a big deal out of it. If they don't want to make a big deal out of it, they have to do as we say. In other words, we can use this matter to blackmail them, Lu Hong said, and her face was covered in a wisp of frost that couldn't be melted. Not bad. You already know how to use your brain to think of problems. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong and Wolf King in surprise. His eyes were filled with gratification. Yes. Now, they could completely grasp this point and turn from passivity to initiative. Right. I remember now. There is a grade 7 pill fire in the inner sea. At this moment, Viper suddenly said. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. He asked, where is it? Dan Wangtsai. Viper said. Dan Wangtsai? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wolf King, the other beasts, and Lu Hong were also puzzled. Viper said, I don't know if you have heard from Wang Zicheng that there is an alchemist among the 10 heroes of Qinghai? Yes. I heard from Wang Zicheng that this person can refine 5 pill veins. I have a deep impression of him. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dan Wangtsai is him. This person is more arrogant than me. He claims that no one can surpass him in alchemy, so he calls himself the Elixir King. And the pill fire he is using now seems to be a grade 7 pill fire. Viper said. Dan Wangtsai. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and he asked, can you contact him? Yes. Viper nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he took out a spiritual sea pill and a healing pill, threw them to Viper, and said, take them. After you recover, ask him to come here immediately. Okay. Viper looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully, took the spiritual sea pill and the healing pill, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to heal. Qin Feiyang also took 2 steps back and leaned his back against the altar. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and lowered his head in silence. No one knew what he was thinking about. Wolf King glanced at Viper, and then sneakily approached Qin Feiyang and whispered, "Are you thinking about whether to take the 10 heroes of Qinghai as your subordinates?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at Wolf King, and his eyes seemed to ask, "How do you know?" Wolf King said with a sneaky smile, "Haha, it seems that I guessed right. You know me the best." Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and asked secretly, "What do you think?" Wolf King pondered for a while and said, "In fact, it's not a bad idea. The 10 heroes of Qinghai are all geniuses. If we can take them as our subordinates, they will be of great use in the future, especially Dan Wangcai." "Why do you say that?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Because he knows alchemy. And his talent in alchemy is not bad. As long as we can subdue him, you don't have to make battle chi pills for us anymore, and you will have more time to cultivate. The most important thing is that I will have a few more awesome followers in the future. How cool will it be when I go out?" Wolf King chuckled. "That's why you asked me to subdue them, right?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "But Viper just said that this person is arrogant. I'm afraid it won't be easy to subdue him." "That's easy. Doesn't this person claim to be the best alchemist in the world? As long as you show him a few tricks and let him know how powerful you are, I guarantee that he will be obedient." Wolf King said disdainfully. "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. For an alchemist, alchemy fire and alchemy furnace were indispensable, but the most important thing was the recipe. If Dan Wang Cai were to see pills like the potential pill, there might not even be a need to threaten him, he would voluntarily lower his head and submit. Just as Qin Feiyang was thinking, his body suddenly shook violently. At the same time, the word kill between his eyebrows suddenly released a murderous intent that was countless times more terrifying than before. In an instant, the people and beasts in the ancient castle seemed to have fallen into a sea of murderous intent, and their bodies and minds trembled. Everyone hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang, and their faces were suddenly filled with horror. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's long hair was as red as blood, and his scarlet eyes were like 2 seas of blood, full of bloodlust and indifference, like a puppet that had lost its humanity. In short, whether it was his eyes or his body, they were filled with a murderous and evil aura that could not be dispersed. How could this be? Lu Hong hurriedly got up and anxiously ran towards Qin Feiyang. However, as soon as she got close, Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his arm and grabbed her neck, his blood-red eyes revealing a kind of emotionless indifference. What a strange look! Seeing Qin Feiyang's eyes, Lu Hong's gaze trembled. However, there was no fear, nor was there alarm. She was only worried for Qin Feiyang. She was so worried that tears were flowing out of her eyes. This sudden turn of events gave the Wolf King and the other beasts quite a fright. The double-winged snow eagle hurriedly rushed up and shouted, "Little Qinzi, what are you doing? Let go of her." Keek, however, not only did Qin Feiyang turn a deaf ear to her, he even revealed a terrifying, evil grin. In addition to his blood-red hair and blood-red eyes, he looked extremely like a devil that came from hell. What the hell is going on? Everyone was in a mess. Suddenly, Wolf King looked at the kill character between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted, "Not good, it should be the kill formula that has eroded his consciousness. The kill formula has side effects." The pangolin beast was shocked. Wolf King said in a deep voice, "Such a bloody divine formula must have some side effects. The most important thing is that he has been using the kill formula for too long. Then what should we do? If we don't stop him, he may be possessed by the devil." The double-winged snow eagle roared, somewhat at a loss. "Nonsense, beat him," Wolf King shouted and took the lead to slap Qin Feiyang with his claws. The double-winged snow eagle, the pangolin beast, the black dragon snake, and the spirit snake emperor also immediately attacked Qin Feiyang. They wanted to use this method to call back Qin Feiyang's consciousness. Boom! Bang bang bang! But the current Qin Feiyang was an 8-star battle saint. How could they shake him? Qin Feiyang only waved his hand, and the beasts were all sent flying, crashing into the 4 walls, blood spurting out. "No! He is too strong now, we can't even get close to him." Wolf King shook his head, got up and looked at Viper. Viper also had a look of horror. Originally, Wolf King wanted Viper to help, because now, only Viper could compete with Qin Feiyang. But Viper's Qi had not been repaired, and his cultivation was lost. He was even weaker than them. How could he awaken Qin Feiyang? Little Qin Zi, wake up. Qin Feiyang, open your eyes and look carefully. We are brothers who have gone through fire and water with you. The woman in your hand is also a family member who has accompanied you to this day. The beasts roared. Now, they had no other choice but to roar to wake Qin Feiyang up. Qin Feiyang? Is this his true identity? Viper heard Wolf King and the other beasts call out Qin Feiyang's name, and his eyes were full of surprise. He, but from the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang did not let go of Lu Hong, and the bloodthirst in his eyes became more and more intense. However, he didn't really want to kill. And if one looked carefully, one would find that there was a hint of struggle in his eyes, as if he was fighting against the killing intent. What should we do? Who can help him? Looking at Qin Feiyang's current appearance, Lu Hong's face was full of tears, and her heart was pierced by a knife. Whoosh! At this moment, the void was distorted, and a blood-red figure appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. Someone could break into the ancient castle? They hurriedly looked at the person. When they saw the person's face, everyone present turned pale with fright. It was a young man in blood-red clothes, blood-red hair, blood-red eyes, and a murderous aura that could not be dispersed from his body. The strangest thing was that the young man in blood-red clothes looked exactly the same as Qin Feiyang, whether it was his face or his figure. It could even be said that they were carved from the same mold. Moreover, the young man in blood-red clothes did not look like Qin Feiyang, but Qin Feiyang's original appearance. Who are you? Why do you look exactly the same as little Qin Zi? I don't remember him having a twin brother. Chapter 1034. Who am I? The blood-red clothed young man's eyes flickered with blood-red light as if a sea of blood was surging. He said, "Of course I can't be his twin brother, but we're the same person." The same person? Everyone was surprised. Looks like Qin Feiyang hasn't told you yet. That's true. If he told you, you'd be worried about him. The young man smiled coldly. The double-winged snow eagle asked, "What's the matter?" The blood-red clothed young man grinned hideously. A long time ago, he already had an inner demon, and I'm his inner demon. What? Inner demons? Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew about the inner demons, but this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Inner demons can only be born when someone is in extreme pain. What did he go through? Snake Viper was also in disbelief. This was too scary. Suddenly, Snake Viper seemed to have thought of something. His face changed and he shouted, "Oh no, get rid of him." Everyone was shocked and looked at him suspiciously. Inner demons are formed from the darkest side of a person. There's no humanity in him, only killing. And no matter what kind of inner demons they are, they will fight with the original body for control of the body. Now that he's here, he must be trying to take advantage of the situation to erase Qin Feiyang's consciousness and replace him. If he really replaces Qin Feiyang, with his cruel nature, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape death. Snake Viper shouted anxiously. Replace. Everyone's face turned pale when they heard that. The so-called replacement meant destruction. Boom. Wolf King and the double-winged snow eagle rushed toward the inner demons. You're just an ant trying to shake a tree. The inner demon sneered and waved his hand. A blood-red wave roared and blew Wolf King and the double-winged snow eagle away. So powerful. Viper's pupils contracted. Lu Hong was also very anxious. She looked at the inner demons and begged, "Please, don't hurt him. Then can you give me a reason why you shouldn't hurt him?" The inner demons looked at Lu Hong playfully. Lu Hong stammered. The inner demons teased, "I know you like him and don't want to see him die, but is it worth it?" "Yes, I can die in his place," Lu Hong said resolutely. What a foolish woman. You know, he only has the mermaid princess in his heart. The inner demons shook their heads and laughed. Is that so? Lu Hong's expression was slightly sluggish. The inner demons said, "Of course, I'm his inner demons. I know better than anyone what he's thinking. As for you, he only sees you as family. That's enough. I've never wanted too much. As long as I can stay by his side, it's enough. Lu Hong whispered. She looked at Qin Feiyang in front of her with deep feelings. He's so lucky to have met such a good woman like you. But he's also stupid. Everyone around him has already seen your feelings for him, but he's still living in a dream and doesn't know anything. As Wang Zicheng said, he's really a person with a very low EQ. The inner demons shook their heads. There was a trace of sympathy in their eyes. You even know Wang Zicheng? Viper was surprised. The inner demons said, nonsense, I've always lived in his inner world. I know everything and everyone he meets. Viper said, I'm very puzzled. Since you were born long ago, why didn't Qin Feiyang think of a way to get rid of you? The inner demons sneered, because his obsession hasn't disappeared. He can't get rid of me. Obsession, Viper's pupils shrank. What obsession does this person have in his heart? How could he give birth to the inner demons? You used to live in this body and lived in peace. Why do you want to come out now? Wolf King said in a deep voice. I'm tired of it. You won't understand how lonely and boring it is to stay in the inner world all the time. I've tried to seize control of this body several times, but this guy's temper is too bad. If I really did that, he would definitely die with me. So, I chose to endure and wait for the right time. I thought this day would be a long time coming, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. After he activated the kill formula, his murderous aura was too strong. It had already eroded his consciousness. With his current state, I can erase his consciousness with a casual wave of my hand. So, I came out. And now, no one can stop me. I will completely replace him and open up an era that belongs to me, Qin Feiyang. The inner demon's bloody hair fluttered in the wind. He was incomparably domineering. Then, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows like lightning. Don't! Lu Hong cried out in grief, full of helplessness. Wolf King also roared hysterically, Bastard, get out of his body for me, it's too late. The inner demon's voice sounded from Qin Feiyang's body. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and his temperament underwent a tremendous change. Boom! Finally! A monstrous murderous aura rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. He also opened his eyes. Those blood-red eyes were filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Success! I've finally replaced him. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang looked at this body and suddenly laughed. It's over. Wolf King and the other beasts collapsed on the ground in despair. Everything was gone. Everything that Qin Feiyang did before was a wedding dress for the inner demons. Don't be like this. Although I'm the inner demons, I'm still Qin Feiyang. As long as you listen to me obediently in the future, I promise to treat you better than the original body. However, if you dare to go against me, I will kill you without mercy. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang grinned. His eyes were ruthless and indifferent. What about the slave seal? Viper asked. Of course the slave seal exists. Now you are my slave. A slave should have the consciousness of a slave. Don't bare your fangs and brandish your claws in front of me in the future. After all, I'm not as merciful as the original body. Kneel down immediately and call me master. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang shouted. Viper's body and mind trembled. He quickly knelt on the ground and respectfully said, Greetings, master. That's more like it. Be obedient. There will be plenty of benefits for you in the future. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He then looked at Lu Hong and said with an evil smile, The original body doesn't cherish you. That's because he is stupid. From now on, you are my woman. As he spoke, he hugged Lu Hong's slender waist. He lowered his head and greedily smelled Lu Hong's body fragrance. His eyes were full of lecherous smiles. You demon, let go of me. Lu Hong struggled frantically. Don't you like me? Now that your wish is granted, why are you still not happy? The inner demon's Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The one I like is Qin Feiyang, not you. Lu Hong roared. Is there a difference between me and Qin Feiyang? He is me and I am him. We are the same person. Come, submit to me. I will let you stay by my side for the rest of your life. Be a happy woman. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang laughed evilly. His hands directly pressed on Lu Hong's chest and began to knead it wantonly. Get lost. Lu Hong was extremely ashamed and angry. She slapped Qin Feiyang's face. You have a personality. I like it. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang was not angry. Instead, he laughed excitedly. But suddenly, he let out a scream and quickly let go of Lu Hong. He squatted on the ground and covered his chest. His face was distorted. Under the clothes on his chest, there was a trace of blood. That's right. It was the concentric knot. Damn concentric knot. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang roared angrily. When the pain disappeared, he got up and looked at Lu Hong. He laughed evilly. I wanted to be intimate with you, but it seems that there is no other way. But don't worry, after I marry the mermaid princess, the concentric knot will disappear. At that time, I will immediately make you my woman. Lu Hong looked at him with disgust and retreated to the front of the Wolf King and the winged snow eagle. She said helplessly, What should we do? Don't worry. There will be a way. The two beasts comforted her softly, but their eyes flashed with a shocking light. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang looked at the two beasts with disdain. He looked at Viper and said, Hurry up and heal your injuries. Although the original body is dead, he still has to continue what he wants to do. Yes, yes, yes. Viper nodded repeatedly. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to heal his qi. However, his heart couldn't calm down. The current Qin Feiyang was even more terrifying than the previous Qin Feiyang. If he was careless, he could lose his life. At the same time, the inner demon's Qin Feiyang also stopped using the kill art. His cultivation level quickly dropped to the level of a 3-star battle saint. However, his appearance didn't change at all. His blood-red hair and eyes emitted a shocking bloody aura. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Viper finally opened his eyes. He got up and looked at the inner demon's Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, Master, my injuries have completely healed. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang nodded. He glanced at Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts and left the ancient castle with Viper. They appeared in the deep sea. Since Viper Island no longer existed, the exposed ancient castle would sink into the sea. The two avoided the sea beasts and flew out of the sea, standing in the sky above the sea. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang said, Send a message to them. Them? Viper was slightly surprised and asked, Didn't you only ask Dan Wangxi to come? The inner demon's Qin Feiyang said, I changed my mind. Except for Wang Zicheng, call all of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea here. Master, what do you want to do? Viper asked. What do I want to do? Of course, I want to make them all my slaves. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth. His whole body emitted a monstrous domineering aura. Viper was shocked. One had to know. The 10 heroes of the Blue Sea were all geniuses. Each of them had mastered forbidden techniques and perfect combat arts. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if they entered the divine city, they would immediately become the favored sons of the heavens. If they didn't die, they would at least become formidable characters in the future. But now, this guy in front of him actually wanted to take all of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea as his subordinates. Wasn't this guy too ambitious? The inner demon's Qin Feiyang said impatiently, Hurry up. After it's done, I'll give you a great opportunity to be reborn in an instant. I really don't see what kind of opportunity you can give me. Chapter 1035. Hearing Viper's murmur, the inner demon's Qin Feiyang sneered, Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate anyone, especially me, Qin Feiyang. Also, don't doubt my word. Viper's eyes trembled. A layer of green quickly crawled up his skin. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. I've been with Dan Wangxi and the others for a few hundred years. No one knows me better than them. If they see me seal the poison in my body, they will definitely be suspicious. Viper quickly explained. Not bad. Very thoughtful. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you, Master. Viper said respectfully. He then took out the image crystal and sent a message to the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang retreated to the side and watched coldly. A moment later. Other than Wang Zicheng, the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea were all notified. The inner demons Qin Feiyang also asked Viper to call the gorgeous woman back. Because the gorgeous woman was a 1-star combat emperor, she could be of help if something happened. About half an hour later, accompanied by the sound of waves, the gorgeous woman returned with Viper number 2. Is that Ancestor Mu? Yes, that's him. Although his hair and eyes are different from before, his facial features are exactly the same. Why is he with Master Viper? When the people on the ship saw Qin Feiyang, their faces immediately changed. Greetings, Master Viper. A group of people flew up from the ship and landed in front of Viper. They then bowed respectfully. Viper nodded and pointed at Qin Feiyang. This is Qin, cough cough. The inner demons Qin Feiyang coughed and stared at Viper. Viper's heart trembled. He quickly changed his words. This Ancestor Mu is now my master. You have to listen to him from now on. Master? What's going on? The gorgeous woman and the others were shocked. Viper's face turned cold as he shouted, What are you all standing there for? Quickly kneel down and pay your respects to the Lord. Greetings, Lord Mu. Immediately, hundreds of people uniformly knelt in the void and shouted respectfully. The scene was extremely spectacular. Yes. The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, nodded coldly. He waved his hand and said, Except for the red snake, everyone else scram. Scram? Everyone looked at each other. Where were they going? Viper shouted, Hurry up and leave. Where are we going? Someone asked. Even if you want to get lost, shouldn't you at least tell me where to go? Go wherever you want, don't be an eyesore here. Viper roared anxiously. These were all subordinates that he had taken great pains to subdue. If he angered this fiend and killed them all, then he would really want to cry but have no tears. Yes, yes, yes. The group of people hurriedly responded. Then, they dispersed and quickly disappeared at the end of the sea. My lord, what exactly is going on? The gorgeous woman glanced at Qin Feiyang and secretly asked Viper. Viper sighed and said, It's a long story. I'll tell you when I have time. Where's Viper number 3? I've put it away. The gorgeous woman said. Viper secretly said, Okay, put away Viper number 2 as well. The gorgeous woman nodded and waved her hand. Viper number 2, which was floating on the sea below, immediately began to shrink. In the end, it turned into a black light and disappeared into her forehead. However, at this moment, the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, stretched out his hand and looked at the gorgeous woman, saying, Give it to me. The gorgeous woman was dumbfounded and looked at Viper. Viper's face was extremely ugly. It was obvious that Qin Feiyang wanted them to hand over Viper number 2. This was a genuine sacred artifact. The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, said with a cold face, Do you need me to say it again? No need, no need. Viper hurriedly waved his hand and looked at the gorgeous woman angrily. Master told you to give it to him immediately. Why are you looking at me? I've really seen a ghost today. The gorgeous woman muttered secretly. She was also quite angry, but since Viper had spoken, she didn't dare to disobey. She took out Viper number 2, erased the blood contract inside, and respectfully handed it to Qin Feiyang. And Viper number 3. Qin Feiyang said. The gorgeous woman's face stiffened. Here. Viper shouted. Hearing this, the gorgeous woman obediently took out Viper number 3 and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also immediately cut his finger and dripped blood to bind it. Purple gold blood. The gorgeous woman was stunned and retreated to Viper's side. She asked in surprise, Master, what's with his blood? It actually has a strong dragon aura. Is he a monster? How would I know? Maybe he really is the reincarnation of a monster. Viper muttered. Tell her my plan. Remember, don't fail, or don't blame me for being ruthless. At this time, Qin Feiyang looked up at Viper and said coldly. Then he put away Viper number 2 and Viper number 3, stepped back a few feet, sat cross-legged in the void, and closed his eyes to rest. Plan? The gorgeous woman was stunned and turned to look at Viper suspiciously. Viper glanced at Qin Feiyang and whispered a few words in the gorgeous woman's ear. What? After hearing this, The gorgeous woman couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Was this man crazy? Was he planning to subdue the 10 heroes of Qinghai? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at the two of them. By the way, don't you know Qin Feiyang? Who is Qin Feiyang? The gorgeous woman was puzzled. Qin Feiyang is such a famous person, but you don't know him. It seems that Qinghai is really a world of its own, just as Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang murmured and then closed his eyes again. Viper and the gorgeous woman looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a while. At the same time, in Qin Feiyang's inner world, the inner world was still a blood-red world as before. Moreover, blood rain fell from the sky and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. In the center of the inner world, a blood-red figure stood in the void. That figure was surrounded by a thick blood mist and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Only his eyes were closed and his body was trembling. Whoosh! Suddenly, a young man in blood-red clothes appeared in the inner world. It was Qin Feiyang's inner demons. The inner demons walked to the blood-red figure and looked at the closed eyes of the blood-red figure with a gloomy face. Alas! After a long time, the inner demon sighed and stretched out his hand to press between the eyebrows of the blood-red figure. Immediately, a blood-red evil spirit roared out from between the eyebrows of the blood-red figure and poured into the palm of the inner demons and was absorbed by the inner demons. As the evil spirit disappeared, the blood-red figure gradually became clear. Dozens of breaths later, his face was clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. It was another Qin Feiyang. But different from the inner demons, as the evil spirit disappeared, this Qin Feiyang's long hair turned black. And his skin was exactly the same as an ordinary person's. It was the original Qin Feiyang. It was such a good opportunity. Not only did I not erase his consciousness, but I also saved him. When did I become so kind? Am I still the inner demons? The inner demons retracted his arm, his face full of annoyance. At the same time, the blood rain in the sky also stopped. Just as the inner demons finished speaking, the black-haired Qin Feiyang let out a weak murmur and then slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? His eyes were as deep and bright as a black gem, but at this moment there was a trace of confusion. Inner world. The inner demons rolled his eyes. This voice is so familiar. The black-haired Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons, his confused eyes suddenly became clear, and he asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" "Why am I here?" The inner demons immediately became angry and roared, "You still have the nerve to ask me? Don't you know how to use the kill formula for the first time?" Kill formula. The black-haired Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Suddenly, pieces of memories emerged from the depths of his mind. He quickly looked at the inner demons and asked, "Is Lu Hong okay?" "She's fine. However, if I didn't stop it in time, I'm afraid not only Lu Hong but also the wolf cubs would have died in your hands." The inner demons said coldly. "Phew." The black-haired Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and said with a smile, "So, you saved me?" "Nonsense. Who can withstand the killing intent and evil spirit in your body except me?" The inner demons glared at him fiercely. Killing intent, evil spirit. The black-haired Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at himself. The killing intent of the kill formula is too strong, especially when you absorbed the blood of those holy beasts. It almost made you lose consciousness. But it's all right now. When you were unconscious, I had already absorbed all the killing intent and evil spirit. The inner demons said lightly. This, as if he had discovered a new continent, Qin Feiyang looked up and down at the inner demons carefully. "Don't look at me like that. Just now, I was also having an ideological struggle. Should I take the opportunity to erase your consciousness and replace it? But what the hell, in the end, I unexpectedly helped you." The inner demons was furious. "That's because you have feelings for me." Qin Feiyang laughed mischievously. "Don't be disgusting, this time it's just my brain short-circuited." "Yes, that's it, don't think too much. If there is a next time, I will definitely not be merciful." The inner demons snorted through his nose. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "No matter what, I still want to thank you for pulling me back from the hands of the Grim Reaper." TSK. The inner demons disdainfully raised his middle finger and then said with a smirk, "But Lu Hong and the others all thought you were dead, and now they are crying sadly. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a dark face, "You didn't take the opportunity to do something, did you?" "I'm not you, I'm the inner demons, and I will definitely do something a little more despicable." The inner demons laughed and then said angrily, "You should have found a way to get rid of this concentric knot earlier. At the critical moment, it always comes out to make trouble." "You?" Qin Feiyang stared at him angrily. Although he didn't see the situation at that time, from the inner demon's words, he could imagine that he must have done something to Lu Hong. The inner demon said again, "But then again, that Lu Hong is really infatuated with you. Are you really going to let her down? Can you not ask such a sharp question?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Even if I don't ask, you have to face it sooner or later. You can't play dumb for the rest of your life, right?" The inner demon said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and sighed, "We'll talk about it when the time comes. I'll go out and tell them that I'm safe, lest they worry." Wait. Chapter 1036. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at him suspiciously. The inner demon said discontentedly, "I saved you after all. Shouldn't you let me go out and have some fun? Haven't you been having fun for so long?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "How long has it been? At least give me a day," the inner demon said. "This," Qin Feiyang hesitated. "I say, you can't be like this. We agreed that I would go out and get some fresh air when I have time, but it's been so long, and there's no reaction at all. If you hadn't gone mad this time, I'm afraid you wouldn't have thought of me even after a few hundred years." The inner demons were very unhappy. Qin Feiyang was quite embarrassed. Indeed. Most of the time, he simply forgot about the existence of the inner demons. The inner demons said impatiently, "Can you do it or not? If you can't do it, don't blame me for hitting you when you're down next time." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and nodded, "Okay, as you wish, but I still have to tell the white-eyed wolf first, in case they do something stupid." The inner demons sneered, "They will do something stupid? You underestimate them too much. I'm afraid now, they are planning how to get rid of me. Isn't this what you asked for?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Wouldn't it be fine if he just told the white-eyed wolf the truth directly? Why did he have to tease them? TSK. I don't care about those little bastards. But then again, you'd better not use the kill formula so easily in the future. Even if you want to use it, you can't use it for more than half an hour. The inner demons said. Half an hour? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. The inner demons said, according to my observation, half an hour should be the limit. Limit? Qin Feiyang mumbled. He looked up at the inner demons and said, "Say, if you activate the kill formula next time, will this happen?" Me? The inner demons were stunned. They had never thought about this before. Qin Feiyang pondered and said, "Since you can absorb killing intent and baleful aura, it means that the kill character formula is not a threat to you. Right. I am the inner demons. Not only will these killing intent and evil spirits not affect me, but they will also make me stronger." The inner demons interrupted Qin Feiyang and nodded repeatedly. "Then, in the future, when I need to activate the kill formula, you will be in control of this body." Qin Feiyang smiled. Although the kill formula had side effects, as long as the inner demons were present, these side effects could be completely ignored. "It's my pleasure." The inner demons also laughed. Outside, time trickled by. Whoosh. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a black figure broke through the air like lightning. "He's here." Viper and the gorgeous woman looked up. Wisps of light flashed in the depths of their eyes. It was a young man in black. He was very short, estimated to be only about 1.5 meters tall. His body was also very thin. He could even be described as skinny as a match. His appearance was also very ugly. He had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. He winked like a little monkey. Moreover, his skin was extremely dark, as if he had smeared a layer of potash on his body. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also opened his eyes. His blood-red eyes were filled with a shocking bloody aura. Obviously. Now, the inner demons were still in control of this body. "He is Dan Wangtsai." When he saw the young man in black, The inner demon's Qin Feiyang's face suddenly became strange. No. He is the black monkey. Although he looks ugly, his strength is very terrifying. He ranks in the top 5 of the Qinghai 10 heroes. Viper secretly explained. Black monkey. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. This person's image and name were quite suitable. Whoosh. After a few breaths, the black monkey landed in front of Viper and glanced at the sea below. He was surprised and asked, "Where is Viper Island? Why is it gone?" "It's a long story." Viper sighed deeply. The black monkey glanced at Qin Feiyang, who was sitting not far away, and asked suspiciously, "Who is he?" "A friend." Viper said vaguely. "You, Viper, have a friend?" The black monkey seemed to have discovered a new continent. His eyes were shining and full of curiosity. Viper's face darkened. He said angrily, "What do you mean? Can't I, Viper, have a few friends?" Yes. The black monkey chuckled and said, "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Viper said, "I found a treasure, but I don't know what it is. I want you to help me identify it." "Treasure?" The black monkey's eyes lit up and urged, "Take it out and let me see." "Wait." After saying that, Viper winked at the gorgeous woman and took out his Chenkuan bag, pretending to look for it. The black monkey's attention was focused on Viper's Chenkuan bag and did not notice that the gorgeous woman took out a dagger. "Did you find it? Are you messing with me?" Seeing that Viper did not take out the so-called treasure, the black monkey lost his patience and a ferocious aura crept up between his brows. Viper looked up at him and sighed. "Brother monkey, don't blame me. I was forced to do this." "What do you mean?" The black monkey looked at him in confusion. However, the next moment, he felt a pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a dagger piercing through his abdomen. Whoosh. He turned around and looked at the gorgeous woman with killing intent in his eyes. "I'm sorry." The gorgeous woman smiled charmingly and retreated to the side after pulling out the dagger. Immediately, blood spurted out from the black monkey's abdomen. His aura dissipated quickly and he was reduced to a cripple in the blink of an eye. The black monkey immediately turned to Viper and said angrily, "Old poison, how dare you plot against me?" Viper shrugged and said innocently, "I told you, I was forced to do this." Forced? The black monkey was shocked. Who had the ability to force the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea to do this? While the black monkey was still in shock, Viper reached out his hand and grabbed the black monkey's clothes. Like a little chick, he twisted the black monkey and walked toward Qin Feiyang. "Viper, what are you doing? Let me go." The black monkey roared in anger. However, when it glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of its eyes, it suddenly thought of something and stared at Qin Feiyang. Could it be him? But this person was only a 3-star battle saint. How could he force the old poison? Viper walked in front of Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, "Master, please punish me." "Master?" The black monkey was stunned. He suddenly turned to Viper and roared, "What's going on?" An 8-star battle saint, one of the Blue Sea's 10 heroes, actually called a 3-star battle saint as his master. Wasn't this too ridiculous? If he didn't hear it with his own ears, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. "You'll know what's going on later." Viper smiled coldly. "Bastard, submitting to a 3-star battle saint, do you still deserve to be one of the Blue Sea's 10 heroes? I'm really ashamed of you." The black monkey roared. Viper was also angry and roared, "Do you think I want to? But some things are destined and can't be changed." Speaking of this, Viper snorted and said disdainfully, "Don't be in a hurry to scold me. Because later you'll be like me, obediently submitting to my master." "Submitting to him? Stop dreaming. Even if I die, I won't submit to a 3-star battle saint." The black monkey sneered and looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt. "Is that so?" The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, grinned and his eyes flashed. "Yes. You'd better kill me now. Otherwise, after I repair my Qi, I won't let you go," the black monkey said. "Then I'd like to see if your bones are that hard." Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands. A slave seal quickly condensed and entered the black monkey's head like lightning. "Ah!" The black monkey suddenly screamed and felt that its head was about to explode. But soon. Then, The pain disappeared. Qin Feiyang took out a spirit sea pill and threw it to the black monkey. He said playfully, "Hurry up and repair your qi sea. I'm still waiting for you to kill me. You're actually giving me a spirit sea pill? It seems like you're really not afraid of death. Haven't you heard that letting the tiger return to the mountain will cause endless trouble?" The black monkey caught the spirit sea pill and stared at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. "Letting the tiger return to the mountain? That depends on whether you're a real tiger or not." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips in disdain. "All right, just you wait." The black monkey smiled sinisterly. He swallowed the spirit sea pill and began to repair his qi sea. Su. At this time, in the distance, there was another sound of breaking wind. The few of them looked towards the source of the sound and saw a white figure riding the wind and breaking the waves, speeding towards them. "His Dan Wangtsai. We can't let the black monkey stay here. Otherwise, when he sees the black monkey's injuries, Dan Wangtsai will definitely be suspicious." Snake hurriedly said to Qin Feiyang. The black monkey sneered, "I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here." "That's not up to you." The inner demons. Qin Feiyang glanced at him mockingly. With a wave of his hand, he sent the black monkey to the castle. "Master, Dan Wangtsai only knows how to make pills. In his eyes, other than making pills, there's nothing that can attract him. So to deal with him, you don't have to cripple his cultivation like you did with the black monkey," Snake said in a low voice. The inner demons. Qin Feiyang said, "You mean, you want me to show him my skills?" "That's right. As long as he sees your talent in alchemy, I guarantee that he'll be obedient to you," Snake said. "I'm not as patient as the real me." The inner demons. Qin Feiyang snorted from his nose, got up and said, "Same as before, cripple him." "Yes." Snake's eyes trembled and quickly nodded in response. "That's right." The current Qin Feiyang was no longer the Qin Feiyang from before. Now, the inner demons were in charge. With the inner demons' personality, how could they do such a troublesome thing? Next, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and stood behind Snake with the gorgeous woman, pretending to be Snake's subordinates. Whoosh! Soon, the white figure descended in the void in front of the three of them. It was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall. He was wearing a white robe and appeared rather thin. His appearance was also very ordinary. And in between his eyebrows, there was an eye-catching flame symbol. Chapter 1037. Viper raised his eyebrows and said with a sinister smile, "I would like to see how you are going to be rude." Dan Wangtsai's overbearing attitude made him extremely unhappy. "Are you provoking me?" Dan Wangtsai's face turned cold. Viper was about to speak, but Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to him, "Don't talk nonsense. Settle this quickly." Viper's heart skipped a beat. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Do you see Viper Island?" Dan Wangtsai lowered his head and glanced at the sea below. Viper Island was nowhere to be seen. He frowned and said, "What happened?" Viper said, "Someone came and said that he wanted to provoke us, the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea. Viper Island was destroyed by him." "Who is it?" Dan Wangtsai was surprised and puzzled. Viper quietly approached Dan Wangtsai and said, "I don't know his name. I only know that he is an 8-star battle saint and is very powerful. He even broke my forbidden technique." "What?" Dan Wangtsai turned pale with fright. The forbidden technique was the most powerful technique of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea. How could it be broken by someone? Moreover, the other party's cultivation was the same as Viper's, an 8-star battle saint. This was too unbelievable. Dan Wangtsai was still wary of Viper. After all, Viper was notorious. Moreover, they were also part of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea. Naturally, they knew Viper's character well. Therefore, whether it was now or in the past, he would always be cautious whenever he was with Viper. However, Dan Wangtsai was shocked by Viper's words. He had unknowingly let his guard down. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity for Viper. Viper took the opportunity and stepped forward. He grabbed Dan Wangtsai's neck and raised his other arm. Battle chi gushed out from his fingertips and instantly entered Dan Wangtsai's sea of chi. "Ah!" Dan Wangtsai screamed in pain as blood spurted out from his lower abdomen. You, he stared at Viper in shock and anger. Viper sneered and said, that's why you let your guard down. I have to admit that you are the most difficult person to deal with among the 10 heroes of Qinghai. So you wanted to plot against me. Why did you do that? Dan Wangxi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He didn't expect that the old poison had hidden himself so deeply. Viper did not answer. Instead, he dragged Dan Wangxi to Qin Feiyang and smiled flatteringly. Master, how was your subordinate's performance? Master, what's going on? Isn't he your subordinate? Dan Wangxi was bewildered. With my little ability, do I have the qualifications to make him my subordinate? Viper laughed at himself. Dan Wangxi became even more bewildered. Was this still the Viper he knew? How could he slander him like this? Qin Feiyang glanced at Dan Wangxi and then looked up at Viper with a grin. You did well. I'm a man of my word. I'll give you a great fortune later. Master, can you not mention the great fortune? Viper smiled bitterly. He admitted that Qin Feiyang's methods were indeed very frightening, but to bestow upon him great fortune, how was that possible? It was useless to say more. Qin Feiyang directly made a hand seal and controlled Dan Wangxi. What did you do to me? Dan Wangxi stared at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. As the #1 alchemist in the internal sea, you should have spirit sea pills. If you want to settle accounts with me, go repair your Qi Sea. Inner demons. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. After saying that, he waved his hand and sent Dan Wangxi to the castle. Viper whispered, Master, they are all unruly people. If you let them stay in the castle alone, I'm afraid they will hurt Lu Hong and the others when their Qi Sea is repaired. Don't worry. I'll calculate the time when they repair their Qi Sea. Besides, it doesn't matter even if they kill those small fries. Inner demons. Qin Feiyang waved his hand coldly. When he said this, a sly look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he deliberately said this to Wolf King and the others. Bastard! How dare you call us small fries? You've gone too far. Sure enough. Wolf King and the other beasts in the castle were furious. Lu Hong shouted, calm down. We can't fight with him now because we still have to avenge Qin Feiyang. Yes. We must kill him. Although little Qinzi is dead, we can't let that bastard control little Qinzi's body and do whatever he wants. The two-winged snow eagle said coldly. You were also taken captive? Black Monkey and Dan Wangxi looked at each other and asked after seeing Lu Hong, Wolf King and the other beasts filled with grief and indignation. Shut up. We're not like you. This is our home. We'll take it back from that damned beast sooner or later. Wolf King shouted, full of hostility. Black Monkey and Wolf King looked at each other again, a light flashing in their eyes. Dan Wangxi smiled and said, You can't do it with your abilities. Why don't we work together? Work together? Do you think we're stupid? We don't know what you're thinking. Let me tell you, if you dare to have any ideas about this castle, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Wolf King shouted. This was Qin Feiyang's property. No one could touch it. Dan Wangxi smiled embarrassedly and sat cross-legged next to Black Monkey. Both of them fell silent. Because they could see that Lu Hong, Wolf King and the other beasts were filled with anger and killing intent at this moment. If they provoked them verbally, they would probably go berserk on the spot. Although Wolf King and the other beasts were not as strong as the two of them, their sea of qi had been destroyed and they had lost all their cultivation. If they really fought, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. However, the two of them began to communicate in secret. Black Monkey glanced at the Netherworld Devil Flame and said, Dan Wangxi, do you see that elixir fire? It seems to be a 7th grade elixir fire. Yes. Dan Wangxi nodded his head without leaving a trace, and said, and that pill furnace, according to my judgment, should be a 7th grade pill furnace. The pill furnace that Qin Feiyang was using was indeed a 7th grade pill furnace, called the Fire Luan furnace. It was a congratulatory gift that the pavilion master of the trading pavilion had given to Qin Feiyang during the apprenticeship ceremony. Black Monkey looked at the 2 iron boxes on the altar that contained the 6-word divine arts and the alchemy scripture. His eyes were filled with greed as he thought to himself, there must be some treasures in those 2 iron boxes. Dan Wangtsai sent a sound transmission, don't leave any traces. When our sea of qi is restored, we'll let him rob us all. Black Monkey nodded, and the greed in his eyes quickly disappeared. Outside, Qin Feiyang and the other two waited for a moment, and finally, the third person came. It was a burly man, more than 2 meters tall, with a head of thick black hair, and his entire body was filled with a valiant aura. It's the Big Bull. Although this person is well developed, he's not stupid at all. He's not easy to deal with, Viper said in a low voice. I know that. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. He now had a general understanding of the Azure Sea's 10 heroes. In terms of intelligence, not many people among the Azure Sea's 10 heroes could be compared to the Big Bull. Whoosh. However, for more people came from other directions at the same time. They were 3 men and 2 women. All of them looked young and had an extraordinary temperament. The aura they emitted was also unfathomable. Including the Big Bull, there were 6 people. The Azure Sea's 10 heroes, except for Wang Zicheng, were all here. However, the 6 of them came at the same time, which became a big problem. Why are they all here together? Viper's expression changed slightly. He turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, what should we do now? Qin Feiyang's expression was also quite ugly. Each of the Azure Sea's 10 heroes could display the strength of a 1-star combat emperor. It would be fine if there were only 1 or 2 of them, but it would be difficult to deal with 6 of them at once. The most powerful person here was the gorgeous woman. With her strength, it was impossible for her to cripple the cultivation of 6 people at once. If she couldn't cripple the cultivation of 6 people at once, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Let's call it a day. Come closer. I'll give you a way to deal with them, Qin Feiyang said. Viper came closer. Qin Feiyang whispered a few words in his ear and went directly to the ancient castle. If they captured them by force and failed, Viper would be useless. It would undoubtedly be more difficult to capture them in the future. Therefore, it was better to give up temporarily to avoid alerting the enemy. Anyway, there was still a long way to go. They could slowly think of a way to capture the rest of the Azure Sea's 10 heroes. After a dozen breaths, the Big Bull and the other 5 arrived in front of Viper. The Big Bull glanced at the non-existent Viper Island and then glanced at the other 3 men and 2 women. He frowned and said, Viper, why did you call us here? Ancestor Mu is here, Viper said in a deep voice. The Big Bull raised his eyebrows and asked, Viper Island was destroyed by him? Yes. Viper nodded. That's impossible. When we separated in the external Endless Sea, Ancestor Mu had just become a 2-star battle saint. How could he do that? Could it be that Wang Zicheng is helping him? The Big Bull said. No. He came alone. He's not a 2-star battle saint but an 8-star battle saint. Also, the One-Eyed Dragon and Black Snake were killed by him. Even Viper number 2 and Viper number 3 were taken by him. Frankly speaking, I called you here to ask for your help. I can't let this matter rest, Viper said coldly. The 6 of them looked at each other. To them, all of this was simply a fantasy story. The gorgeous woman said, it's true. Ancestor Mu has a kind of invisibility art. He can come and go without a trace. That's how he killed Black Snake with a single slash. It seems like I've underestimated him. But why should we help you? The Big Bull stared at Viper with a playful look. The other 5 also had a gloating look on their faces. Viper said, as long as you help me find him, I won't interfere when the alchemy fire appears. The Big Bull's face darkened. Old Viper, what do you mean? We agreed to work together to snatch the alchemy fire. You still have the nerve to talk about working together. It's fine if you don't help me when I'm in trouble, but you're asking me why. Then tell me, why should I work with you? Viper transmitted his voice. The barbarian bull's brows raised as he looked at the other 3 men and 2 women, and he said, even though this fellow Viper is slightly detestable, we're the 10 elites of the Azure Sea after all. Now that Ancestor Mu has provoked him, it's equivalent to provoking us. So, we should help him at this moment. That's true. But I have a condition. After we're done, give me a bottle of the sacred water you concocted. One of the women said. I want a bottle too. The other woman also laughed. They had long been drooling over the sacred water that could cure hundreds of poisons. However, Viper wouldn't give them a drop no matter how much they begged in the past. So, they naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Viper's eyes flashed and he nodded. All right, I promise. After we're done, I'll give each of you a bottle. The 6 of them laughed. After that, they whispered to each other for a while, and then the 6 of them left. Phew. Viper let out a long breath, but a trace of suspicion crept onto his face. The gorgeous woman by the side also had a puzzled expression. She walked to Viper's side and said in a low voice, "My lord, why did that Qin Feiyang want you to say that? Isn't he making enemies for himself?" "I'm not sure either." Viper shook his head. "Then, has he left?" The gorgeous woman glanced at the void and frowned. "I don't know." Viper shook his head again. He had roamed the inland sea for hundreds of years and had never felt so helpless before. Boom. After an unknown period of time, a huge wave suddenly rose on the surface of the sea. Qin Feiyang broke through the waves, his hair and eyes still blood-red. Chapter 1038. Did you do as I told you? The inner demons Qin Feiyang asked. Yes, but I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid that they will really find trouble with you? Viper looked confused. That's exactly what I want. Because this way, I can defeat them one by one. The inner demons Qin Feiyang smiled ferociously. Viper suddenly understood. It turned out that his master had not given up on the idea of capturing others. Come with me to the castle. The inner demons Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led Viper and the other 2 to the castle. The gorgeous woman looked around in surprise. The inner demons Qin Feiyang was already used to this, because anyone who entered the castle for the first time would have such a reaction. The Black Monkey and Dan Wangxai were still repairing their Sea of Qi. Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts all stared at the inner demons Qin Feiyang with grief and indignation. The inner demons Qin Feiyang stepped forward and landed in front of Lu Hong. He lifted Lu Hong's chin and smiled. "Little beauty, are you a little impatient to be my woman?" "Bastard." Lu Hong spat, her eyes full of disgust. At the same time, in the inner world, Qin Feiyang's face also darkened and blue veins popped out. This bastard was obviously doing this on purpose. "You have personality. I like it." The inner demons Qin Feiyang smiled, got up and walked to the front of the altar. He opened the iron box of the 6-word formula. In addition to the iron book, there was also a Chenkuan bag. And this Chenkuan bag was full of potential pills, red fire glass pills, and Juku yellow dragon pills. Back then, when Lu Xingchen and Mu Qing entered the castle, Qin Feiyang was afraid that they would mess around, so he put all these pills in the iron box. Because the iron box could only be opened with his blood. There was nowhere safer than here. The inner demons Qin Feiyang grabbed the Chenkuan pouch and turned to look at Venom Snake, saying, "Now, I will bestow upon you a great fortune." Viper looked at the Chenkuan pouch in bewilderment. However, he raised his eyebrows in disapproval. There might really be some treasure in this cosmos sack, but he still didn't believe that it was some great fortune. Haha, everything here is ours. Die. However, at this moment, the Black Monkey and Dan Wangxai leaped up at the same time, attacking the inner demons Qin Feiyang from both sides. The gorgeous woman was startled and was about to attack. However, Viper gave her a look, and the gorgeous woman understood. She did not make another move, but stood aside and watched coldly. Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts looked at each other and did not interfere. The inner demons Qin Feiyang saw all of this, but he was not angry. He looked at Dan Wangxai and Mu Qing with a playful smile. Both of them were 9-star battle saints. They were extremely fast and landed in front of the inner demons Qin Feiyang in the blink of an eye. Without saying anything, they clenched their fists and attacked Qin Feiyang's head and heart. They were afraid that a long delay would cause trouble, so they wanted to kill Qin Feiyang in one blow. Your courage is commendable, but your methods are still lacking. The inner demons Qin Feiyang smiled hideously and activated the seal of slavery. Ah! Dan Wangtsai and Mu Qing fell to the ground. Their noses were bruised and their eyes were swollen. They held their heads and howled in pain. What a pair of useless trash. Viper cursed silently. He wanted to use Dan Wangtsai and Mu Qing to get rid of Qin Feiyang so that he could regain his freedom. However, he did not expect the two of them to be so useless. They did not even move a finger and were already lying on the ground crying and howling. He knew that he could not remain silent anymore. Otherwise, he would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of Qin Feiyang. He stepped forward and kicked Dan Wangtsai and Mu Qing away. He spat out blood and shouted, "How dare you be so rude to Master? You're courting death." Then, he turned to Qin Feiyang and said indignantly, "Master, these two are really stubborn. We can't let them live. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. Then what do you think we should do?" The inner demon's Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. Viper said, "Master, as long as you give the order, I will immediately cut off their heads and make them into stools for you to sit on." "Old poison, you spineless coward. You're a disgrace to the 10 heroes of Qinghai." Mu Qing roared as he endured the pain in his head and stared at Viper angrily. Viper said righteously, "The 10 heroes of Qinghai are nothing. I only have one wish now, and that is to do my best for Master until my death." "Bastard. Do you have any backbone? Do you have any dignity as a human being?" Mu Qing and Mu Qing were extremely angry. Viper's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, "Master, please deal with them." "Okay. Help me chop off their heads. While you're at it, help me turn their heads into wine cups. It must be delicious to drink wine in wine glasses made from their heads." The inner demon's Qin Feiyang licked his lips. His eyes were filled with a strong bloodthirsty light. He was like a demon, chilling people. Hee. Viper sneered and walked toward Dan Wangtsai and Mu Qing. Looking at Qin Feiyang's blood-red eyes and Viper's ferocious expression, Dan Wangtsai and Black Monkey felt a deep fear from the bottom of their hearts. "Master, please spare our lives. We don't want to die. Please, give us a way out. We swear that we'll serve you wholeheartedly in the future. If we have second thoughts, may the heavens and earth destroy us." At the moment of death, the two abandoned their dignity without hesitation and chose to live. After all, no one wanted to die. "It's too late." Viper sneered. He had wanted to kill the rest of the 10 heroes of Qinghai for a long time, but he hadn't found the opportunity. Now that he had such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? Whoosh. Before Qin Feiyang changed his mind, he landed in front of the two like lightning. He stretched out his hands like an eagle's claws and grabbed Dan Wangtsai and Mu Qing's heads. His murderous intent was bone-piercing. "No," the two screamed in desperation. "It's useless. You're going to die today." Viper sneered. "Stop." But before he could finish his words, Qin Feiyang's voice rang out. The smile on Viper's face froze, but he gritted his teeth and continued to attack Dan Wangtsai and Mu Qing. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He didn't want to give it up. "You're courting death." Qin Feiyang, the inner demon's eyes turned cold. With a thought, Viper held his head and screamed. He quickly knelt on the ground and begged, "Master, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I beg you." Qin Feiyang, the inner demon's, said, "Even if you're a dragon, you'd better coil up in front of me." "Yes, yes, yes. I won't do it again." Viper nodded repeatedly. He was terrified to the extreme. "Mph, don't do it again. Otherwise, even if you're useful to me, I won't be merciful." Qin Feiyang, the inner demon's, snorted coldly. He stopped using the seal of slavery. Only then did the pain in Viper's head disappear. "I understand." Viper nodded and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He then got up and retreated to the side. He was terrified. Qin Feiyang, the inner demon's, looked at Dan Wangtsai and Mu Qing and said, "Are you sincerely submitting to me?" Sincerely, sincerely. After witnessing Qin Feiyang's methods, the two of them didn't dare to have any other thoughts. They obeyed. "Very good." Qin Feiyang, the inner demon's, glanced at Dan Wangtsai and Mu Qing and Viper and said, "From now on, the three of you will be my left and right arms. As long as you're loyal, I won't mistreat you. Yes, master. The three of them knelt on one knee and were extremely respectful. Get up. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, waved his hand and said, yes. The three of them got up and looked at each other. There was a hint of sadness in their eyes. The 10 heroes of Qinghai had dominated this sea area and made countless people tremble in fear. They didn't expect that one day they would become someone's slaves. Don't look unwilling. Following me won't bury your talents. Instead, it will make you more dazzling. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, said. The three of them smiled apologetically, but they didn't think so in their hearts. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, smiled coldly and took out a potential pill from his Qiankuan bag. He placed it in his palm and said, do you know what this is? The three of them looked at the potential pill. Hey! I've refined countless pills, but I've never seen this pill before. Dan Wangxi moved closer, his eyes full of surprise. What? Even you haven't seen it before? Hearing this, the venomous snake, the black monkey, and the glamorous woman were astounded. Do you know about the Gate of Potential? Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, asked. Gate of Potential? Viper and the other two were stunned. Then, a trace of arrogance appeared on their faces. Dan Wangxi said proudly, we, the 10 heroes of Qinghai, have all opened the Gate of Potential. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, was shocked and asked, which level? Viper said, we've all opened the first level. Wang Zicheng is more powerful than us. He has already opened the second level. No wonder he could forcefully break through the holy aura of a 1-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, muttered. He then took off his clothes and sneered, then look, how many levels have I opened? This, Viper and the other two were stunned when they saw the potential mark on his chest. That mark was dark gold in color. They had never heard of a dark gold potential mark. How could they know which level it was? The 6th level. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, said. Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in their heads. Their bodies and minds were trembling. It was the 6th level of the Gate of Potential. Oh my God, how did he do it? The beautiful woman also had a look of disbelief. Could it be related to the elixir in his hands? The four of them looked at the potential elixir again. The shock in their eyes was even stronger. You're right. I can open the Gate of Potential because of this potential elixir. And these few, such as Wolf Cub and Lu Hong, have all opened the 5th and 6th level. One of my subordinates has even opened the 7th level. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, said. The subordinate he was referring to was Yang Wei. The 7th level. Isn't that the ultimate combat saint realm? It can even break through the ultimate combat saint realm. This elixir is amazing. The few of them were so shocked that they couldn't even close their mouths. So this is the great fortune. Viper's eyes trembled. He suddenly knelt on the ground and begged, Master, please give this subordinate the potential elixir. Master, please give us the potential elixir too. Chapter 1039. So realistic. Isn't that right? Previously, he looked like he would rather die than submit. Now that he heard about the potential pill, he immediately bowed and fawned like a mangy dog. So the Qinghai 10 heroes are just SOSO. Wolf King and the other beasts couldn't help but mock Viper and the other two who were kneeling on the ground without any regard for their dignity. Viper and the other two were quite embarrassed when they heard that. But when they thought of the benefits brought by the potential pill, they immediately made up their minds. They must get the potential pill. As for their dignity, they could slowly get it back when they became stronger. And in the cruel world of cultivation, this was a very realistic problem. Without powerful strength, the so-called dignity would only be ruthlessly trampled on by others. Looking at the three's performance, the inner demon's Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. He said, now you want it, but who was the one who questioned my ability again and again? Viper was ashamed. Enough. I'll stop teasing you. Now, I'll give each of you one. As for the future, it will depend on your performance. Whoever performs well, I'll help you unlock the next few levels of the potential door. After the inner demon's Qin Feiyang finished speaking, He took out 2 more potential pills and threw them to Viper and the other 2. Thank you, Master. We'll definitely perform well in the future and won't let you down. The 3 grabbed the potential pills as if they had received a treasure. They were grateful. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't mention her at all, the gorgeous woman on the side couldn't help but feel anxious. She also wanted such a powerful potential pill. She quickly went up to Qin Feiyang and said in a coquettish voice, Master, what about me? You. The inner demon's Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The gorgeous woman said, yes, I also contributed to capturing Dan Wangxai and the black monkey. Besides, I'm more valuable than them. Red Snake, what are you doing? Viper shouted coldly. Dan Wangxai and the black monkey were also dissatisfied. This woman clearly wanted to compete with them for favor. The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, glanced at the 3 of them and said, let her speak. Yes. The 3 of them replied respectfully and fell silent. Master, look, although I don't have any forbidden techniques, my cultivation is stronger than theirs. More importantly, I am a woman. If Master needs me, I can serve you at any time. The beautiful woman chuckled. She didn't hide the unvarnished intention in her words. Really? Qin Feiyang showed a very interested look. Yes. As long as Master doesn't mind, I'll be yours from now on. The more the gorgeous woman spoke, the more intimate she became. She even leaned her whole body on Qin Feiyang. Dan Wangxai said angrily, Viper, why did you take her in as your subordinate? Aren't you just looking for trouble? Are you blaming me? Viper glared at him. Who would have thought that this day would come? Who should I blame if not you? Dan Wangxai was furious. Viper said angrily, I'm curious. Is this your first day knowing Red Snake? She has always been like this. That's enough, stop arguing. Red Snake is a slut. She's good at dealing with men. Master is obviously a little chick. He might not be able to control himself. Black Monkey said. Yeah. Master is young and vigorous. How can he be indifferent to being seduced by a woman? It seems that our position in Master's heart can't be compared to this woman. Dan Wangxai sighed. Snake Viper was also feeling bitter. If it was in the past, he would still dare to order Red Snake. But now, he had become someone else's slave. How could he control Red Snake? Filthy woman, stay away from him. But suddenly, an angry shout sounded. Everyone looked at Lu Hong. They saw Lu Hong's face was cold and her eyes were about to spit fire. The gorgeous woman's eyes flashed coldly. She turned to Lu Hong and said, Who are you calling dirty? You. Lu Hong ran up angrily and violently pushed the gorgeous woman away from Qin Feiyang. Interesting. The inner demons, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He stepped forward and hugged the gorgeous woman. He stared at Lu Hong and said, I can be with whoever I want. Why do you care? Who do you think you are? The gorgeous woman's face suddenly showed a trace of pride. She snuggled in Qin Feiyang's arms like a little bird. Lu Hong became angrier and angrier. She said angrily, I can't care about your business. But your body now belongs to Qin Feiyang. I won't allow you to use his body to touch this kind of woman. What kind of woman am I? Tell me clearly. The gorgeous woman's eyes became colder and colder. Lu Hong snorted and said, Humph, I'm already being merciful by saying that you're fickle and shameless. Yes, I'm fickle and shameless. But so what? As long as I can please a man, I'll be considered capable. And you look very pure, but to put it bluntly, you're just a vase. You look good but you're useless. The gorgeous woman retorted sarcastically. Lu Hong was about to explode with anger. Suddenly, she took out a dagger and stared at the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, and said, You won't stop, right? Well, today, even if I have to risk my life, I'll die with you. After that, Lu Hong grabbed the dagger and rushed toward the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. How dare you? The gorgeous woman's killing intent rose as she stepped in front of Qin Feiyang. The emperor's might roared out and Lu Hong was sent flying on the spot, crashing into the wall behind her. Her face instantly paled and blood gushed out of her mouth. Inner demons, don't go too far. Wolf King and the other beasts quickly surrounded Lu Hong and glared at the inner demons. Qin Feiyang. What does it have to do with me? I didn't do anything. The inner demons shrugged. It's over, it's completely over. Looks like we'll have to call her madam from now on. Old Poison, express your current thoughts. After all, the red snake used to be your subordinate. Dan Wangxai and the black monkey secretly mocked. Are you guys done? Viper's face was ashen. Dan Wangxai laughed. Look at your face, it's as if your ancestor's grave has been dug up. Scram. Viper secretly shouted, about to go crazy. Get out of my way. Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing voice rang out. Viper and the other two looked over and saw the gorgeous woman arrogantly walking towards Wolf King and the other beasts. What do you want to do? Wolf King stood in front of Lu Hong and said gloomily, that woman's mouth is dirty, of course I have to slap her. Seeing that the inner demons, Qin Feiyang did not ask, the gorgeous woman thought that he had acquiesced and became even more arrogant. How dare you? The dual-winged snow eagle also stood in front of Lu Hong, its eyes flashing with shocking killing intent. A group of battle saints dares to be so arrogant in front of me, a battle emperor. You really don't know what's good for you, the gorgeous woman sneered. The terrifying emperor's might turned into a torrent and directly sent Wolf King and the dual-winged snow eagle flying. If you want to touch her, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. The pangolin beast, black dragon snake, and ghost snake emperor stood in front of Lu Hong. The gorgeous woman raised her eyebrows and glanced at the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. Seeing that the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, had no intention of stopping her, she sneered, all right, I'll fulfill your wish. She took a step forward and landed in front of the three beasts. She raised her arm and slapped towards the pangolin beast and the others. Obviously, she really had the intention to kill. Who gave you the guts to hurt them? But at this moment, an explosive shout exploded, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. Everyone couldn't help but tremble and quickly turned their heads to look. The gorgeous woman also retracted her arm and looked back at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Because the person who shouted was Qin Feiyang, but at this moment, his hands were clenched tightly and his face was frighteningly gloomy. Moreover, his blood-red hair and eyes were also quickly fading away. That's right. Qin Feiyang's original body was back. He could see everything that was happening outside in his inner world. Seeing that the inner demons were getting more and more out of hand, he couldn't help but take back control of his body. Look, how come his hair and eyes have returned to normal? Could it be that little Qin Zi is not dead? His back. Seeing Qin Feiyang's hair and eyes quickly turning black, Wolf King and the other beasts' eyes were full of surprise. It does look like the original body is back, but didn't the inner demons say that they have erased the original body's consciousness? Viper whispered, also very surprised and doubtful. Inner demons. Original body? Old Poison, what do you mean? Dan Wangxai and the black monkey looked at Viper suspiciously. This person gave birth to the inner demons. Before, it was the inner demons that were controlling this body, but the original body's consciousness was erased by the inner demons not long ago. Viper thought to himself. How is that possible? The inner demons are ethereal things. How can they really exist? Both of them were dumbfounded. The gorgeous woman looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously for a moment, then walked up to Qin Feiyang with her enchanting body. She hugged Qin Feiyang's arm and said sadly, Master, what's wrong with you? You scared me. However, before she could finish her words, the gorgeous woman's face turned pale, and then she collapsed to the ground and screamed in pain. Everyone hurriedly looked down and suddenly changed color. There was a bloody hole in the gorgeous woman's lower abdomen, and blood was spurting out like an arrow. At the same time, it was unknown when a dagger had appeared in Qin Feiyang's hand, and it was dripping with blood. What's going on? Everyone was confused. It's Chang Shui. Is little Qin Zi really not dead? Wolf King's eyes couldn't help trembling when he saw the dagger in Qin Feiyang's hand. Master, why? The gorgeous woman looked at Qin Feiyang in horror. Qin Feiyang put away Chang Shui and walked straight to Lu Hong. His eyes softened and he said, I'm sorry I came out late and made you suffer. Are you really Qin Feiyang? Lu Hong looked at him in disbelief. It's me. Qin Feiyang nodded. It's really you. You're not dead, Lu Hong couldn't help but burst out. She burrowed into Qin Feiyang's arms and cried bitterly. Bastard, if you're not dead, why didn't you come out earlier? Why did you let the inner demons run amok outside? Look at everyone. What did he do to us? Wolf King and the other beasts were also sad and happy, and tears flowed down their faces. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and let him run amok. Qin Feiyang glanced at the other beasts, his eyes full of self-blame. Do you think an apology will solve the problem? Look at Xiao Hong. She thought you were dead. Her eyes are swollen from crying. Wolf King said angrily. Qin Feiyang looked down at Lu Hong. Her red eyes, her aggrieved expression, and the bloodstains on her face made his heart ache. I'm sorry. This kind of thing will never happen again. He hugged Lu Hong tightly in his arms and comforted her in a low voice. It's okay. As long as you're okay. Lu Hong shook her head. But the more Lu Hong acted like this, the angrier Qin Feiyang became. His consciousness entered the inner world. The inner demons were standing in the void not far away. When they saw Qin Feiyang come in, they immediately said angrily, "Why are you like this? Didn't you say you would let me stay outside for a day?" Qin Feiyang was mad and shouted, "You still have the nerve to talk about me? Tell me, what stupid things have you done?" "TSK, I'm doing this for your own good," the inner demons said. "For my own good?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Yes. If I didn't force you like this, would you open your heart and accept Lu Hong?" The inner demons pursed their lips. "You." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be angry. After all this, the inner demons wanted to set him up with Lu Hong. "What about me? Lu Hong has been with you for so many years. Although she didn't make any contributions, she has always supported you and cared about you. Even when you were in danger, she didn't leave you. What else do you want? Kid, don't be greedy. She's such a good woman. If you don't want her, others will fight for her. Also, you're not young anymore. You should face what you need to face. Don't always make me worry. I'm just the inner demons, not your father." The inner demons rolled their eyes at him. Looking at the inner demons' old-fashioned attitude, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel angry. He shook his head and said, "Feelings can't be forced. Why are you so stubborn?" The inner demon glared at him as if she expected better from him. "I'm not stubborn. I'm responsible. Lu Hong is very important to me. If anything happens to her, I'm willing to sacrifice myself to protect her. But I can't talk about feelings with her. Because she's my family, not my lover. If I insist on being with her, it's unfair to her. It will only hurt her in the future." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Rotten wood. Forget it. It's up to you. This time, I was meddling in other people's business. When you go out, apologize to them for me." After saying that, the inner demons sat cross-legged in the void, closed their eyes, and ignored Qin Feiyang. How troublesome. Qin Feiyang glared at the inner demons angrily and withdrew his consciousness from the inner world. He was not a fool. He had already seen through Lu Hong's feelings. He just didn't want to break the barrier and complicate their relationship, so he pretended not to know. Chapter 1040. Inside the castle. After some time, Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts finally calmed down. Qin Feiyang let go of her. Lu Hong blushed. She stood up and looked away, not daring to look at anyone. Wolf King joked, "Did you see that? Someone's embarrassed. Any woman would be embarrassed. What's so strange about that?" The two-winged snow eagle also took advantage of the situation to tease. Lu Hong's face turned even redder. "Will you die if you don't talk so much?" Qin Feiyang glared at Wolf King and the other beasts. He then looked at the gorgeous woman and said lightly, "You forget yourself just because I give you some sunshine. People like you can't be left alive. Master, I know I'm wrong. Please don't kill me." The gorgeous woman's eyes trembled. She quickly knelt in front of Qin Feiyang and begged. Qin Feiyang said, "I won't kill you, but I won't let you follow me either. Hand over the Chen Kuan bag." The gorgeous woman didn't dare to hesitate. She immediately took out the Chenkuan bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Viper and smiled. Give her the antidote and set her free. The reason why the gorgeous woman was so obedient to Viper was because Viper had used poison to control her. Viper hesitated. Didn't you hear? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes. Viper nodded. He took out a bottle of sacred water and threw it to the gorgeous woman. The gorgeous woman was stunned. What was going on? Not only did he not kill her, he even gave her the antidote. Was there something wrong with his head? But no matter what, this was a good thing. She quickly grabbed the jade bottle and drank a drop of the sacred water. The poison that had accumulated in her body for many years disappeared instantly. Good luck. Viper took back the rest of the sacred water and snorted secretly. The gorgeous woman's eyes showed a hint of pride. It seemed that this Qin Feiyang was still interested in her. However, just as her imagination was running wild, Qin Feiyang said, "You can leave now." Leave? The gorgeous woman was stunned, and then her face changed. She hurriedly hugged Qin Feiyang's thigh and cried out, "No, master." If her sea of qi hadn't been destroyed, she would have been happy to hear this, because this meant that she had truly regained her freedom. But now, she had lost all of her cultivation, and the inland sea was extremely dangerous, especially in the depths of the inland sea where there were even monarch beasts. If she went out alone, there was no doubt that she would die. This is your only chance. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your luck. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Then, he waved his hand and threw the gorgeous woman out of the castle. Viper asked, "Master, what if she's lucky and survives?" Naive. Wolf King sneered. The castle that was exposed to the outside would automatically sink. So now, the castle should be at the bottom of the sea. As everyone knew, not only were there terrifying sea beasts lurking at the bottom of the sea, but there was also terrifying water pressure. The gorgeous woman's cosmos bag was in Qin Feiyang's hands. Without the water-repelling pearl, even if the sea beasts let her go, she would still be crushed alive by the water pressure. In other words, the chances of the gorgeous woman surviving were zero. Qin Feiyang glanced at Viper and the other two and said, "You three should act as usual. Don't let Barbarian Bull and the others notice anything." Understood. The three of them nodded. Dan Wangxai asked, "Master, how do I use this potential pill?" The process of taking the potential pill is very painful, but as long as you persevere, you will succeed. In addition, when opening the potential door, you need the assistance of coercion. With your cultivation, the lowest requirement is Emperor's coercion. Qin Feiyang said. What if you can't persevere? The black monkey asked. You will explode and die. Qin Feiyang said. The pupils of the three shrank. They didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. Sure enough, it proved the old saying that effort and gain coexist. Qin Feiyang said, "Take out your image crystals and establish a contract bridge. If there is any news in the future, inform me immediately." Yes. The three of them nodded. After establishing the contract bridge, Viper asked, "Master, what about the poison in my body? If the poison in his body is not removed, he will always be threatened by the old man in green. This matter can't be rushed. Bear with it for a while. When I get the cluster of 7th grade pill fire that is about to be born, I will refine a detoxification pill with 7 pill patterns for you to try. If it doesn't work, I will go to Pei Qin to get the antidote." Qin Feiyang said. "Thank you, Master." Viper bowed and thanked him. 7 pill patterns. When Dan Wangxai heard this, a trace of deep disbelief crept up between his brows. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "Don't be surprised, I can still refine a lot of pills that even you have never heard of." Dan Wangxai's eyes suddenly became fiery. If it was in the past, he would definitely not believe it. However, after seeing the potential pill, he firmly believed in Qin Feiyang's words. Qin Feiyang turned to Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about anything outside. Just focus on your cultivation." Everyone nodded. After that, Qin Feiyang took out the water avoidance pearl and left the ancient castle with Viper and the other two. The place they appeared at was indeed the bottom of the sea. Nearby, there were a few sea beasts wandering around and the gorgeous woman was nowhere to be seen. Viper glanced at the sea beasts and sighed. If I'm not wrong, the red snake has already died under their mouths. You still sympathize with her? Dan Wonksai and the black monkey rolled their eyes. Not sympathy, just sentiment, Viper said. At the same time, their fear of Qin Feiyang deepened. Compared to the inner demons, this person was indeed much gentler. However, once his reverse scale was touched, his means were even more terrifying than the inner demons. In fact, Qin Feiyang did this to make an example out of them. Every single one of the Azure Sea's 10 heroes were arrogant people. If he didn't intimidate them, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? Roar. Those sea beasts also noticed Qin Feiyang and the other 3. They immediately let out deafening roars and rushed toward the 4 of them. Their ferocious aura also erupted. Oh no, they are all 9-star sacred beast. Dan Wonksai's expression changed. He swept up Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and rushed toward the sea without looking back. Roar. However, the roars of those sea beasts alarmed all the sea beasts in this area. Splash. Boom. Some were as big as mountains, and some were as small as rocks. They rushed toward the 4 of them in a rush. There were countless of them. This is not good. Viper and the other 2's faces darkened. Although there were no emperor beasts, how could they kill so many sea beasts? The black monkey said, Master, it seems that we have to enter your ancient castle and hide for a while. Dan Wonksai nodded and said, yes, although there are no emperor beasts now, once we fight with them, we might alarm the nearby emperor beasts. There is no need. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and stopped at the same time. There is no need. Do you have a way? The 3 of them were surprised and stopped behind Qin Feiyang. Grab my shoulders, Qin Feiyang said. The 3 of them suspiciously reached out and grabbed Qin Feiyang's shoulders. Almost at the next moment, a sea beast passed by not far in front of them, but it left as if it did not see them. What's going on? Is it blind? Viper and the other 2 looked at each other. Qin Feiyang said, I've activated the invisibility technique. We can see them, but they can't see us. Invisibility technique? Was this what you used to kill the black snake? Viper asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. It's amazing. There is such a battle art in the world. Wait, is this invisibility technique a divine art? The 3 of them were surprised. It doesn't matter if it's a divine art or a battle art, as long as we can avoid their eyes and ears. Now, don't move, and don't let go, Qin Feiyang said. If they activated the invisibility technique outside, they could move freely without being discovered, but it was different in the sea. Because the sea would move. Once they moved, the seawater would also fluctuate. At that time, the sea beasts would be able to follow the fluctuations of the seawater and find their location. The only thing they could do now was to wait for the sea beasts to leave. Dan Wonksai looked at it in amazement for a while before turning to look at Qin Feiyang. His face was full of flattery as he transmitted a message. Master, can you let me take a look at that potential pill formula of yours? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, sure, but it depends on your performance. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Dan Wonksai patted his chest as if he was making a solemn vow. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. With a serious expression, he exhorted, You are not allowed to mention to anyone that I am Qin Feiyang, including what you saw in the castle. What's wrong? The 3 of them were suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, if you have the chance, go to the Divine City and ask around a little. Okay. The 3 of them nodded. Then where are you going next? Dan Wonksai asked again. Qin Feiyang said, to meet up with Wang Zicheng and the others. Find Wang Zicheng? The 3 of them looked at each other and raised their eyebrows without leaving a trace. The black monkey said, Master, do you have any plans to take Wang Zicheng under your command? I do, but he's with young Master Hao, so it's hard to make a move. I'll talk about it when I have the chance. Also, I'm not the inner demons, so don't call me Master in the future. It sounds awkward. Qin Feiyang said. Snake said, then what should we call you? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, just call me by my name. That's not good, is it? How about we call you Young Master or Young Master? Dan Wangzai said. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded with a smile, sure, as long as it's not Master. Then Young Master, can you teach your invisibility technique to others? It's amazing, I want it too. The black monkey smiled flatteringly. You're thinking too much. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and he rolled his eyes. Not to mention whether the invisibility technique could be taught to others, the relationship between them was not to the extent of being intimate. The black monkey smiled embarrassedly, knowing that it was a little presumptuous, so it did not continue to pester. A few hundred breaths later, most of the nearby sea beasts had left. The four of them did not delay and quickly left the deep sea. Chapter 1041. After Qin Feiyang left, Dan Wangzai retracted his gaze and looked at Viper angrily. Old poison, we've been tricked by you this time. The black monkey also stared at Viper with a face full of resentment. Why didn't you blame me when I asked for the potential pill? Now that you've gotten the potential pill, you're blaming me? Viper's face was gloomy. When the two of them heard this, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. Viper continued, also, after signing the slave seal, Young Master can peek into our inner thoughts, so you'd better be honest. What? There's such a thing? The two of them were shocked. I'm not joking with you. You'd better take care of yourselves. Viper sneered, turned around and left alone. Dan Wangzai and the black monkey looked at each other, quickly dispelled their evil thoughts, and chased after Viper. And then there was Qin Feiyang. In the dangerous sea area, with countless sea beasts, he had no choice but to activate the kill formula again. But this time, it was the inner demons who controlled the body. As Qin Feiyang expected, the kill formula didn't have any effect on the inner demons. On the contrary, the inner demons seemed to have been injected with stimulants, crazily killing and absorbing blood. Finally, his cultivation actually broke through to the one-star war emperor. Feeling the explosive power, the inner demons became even crazier and more unscrupulous. Along the way, he left behind countless corpses and bones. Moreover, as he absorbed more and more blood, his strength actually continued to increase. He didn't know how much blood he had absorbed, but his cultivation finally surpassed the 2-star war emperor and stopped at the 3-star war emperor. Whether it was the inner demons or Qin Feiyang's original body, they couldn't help but be wild with joy. Because from the 3-star war saint to the 3-star war emperor, there was a big realm. In other words, in addition to their battle arts and divine arts, even if it was a 6 or 7-star war emperor, they would still have the power to fight. However, this was not a simple matter, because it required a large amount of blood in advance. Right now, I can kill any god or devil that stands in my way. Who dares to fight me? The killing intent of the inner demons soared to the sky. The sea within a radius of several hundred miles trembled under his aura. Right now, he was like a god of death, scaring all the sea beasts away. Even the monarch beasts did not dare to come any closer. Time slowly passed. In the evening, on a certain island in the depths of the inland sea. This island was extremely large, with a diameter of several hundred miles. It was surrounded by mountains and lush greenery. On the peak of a certain mountain, 2 men and a woman were sitting cross-legged together with their eyes closed in meditation. It was Wang Yue and the other 2. Roar. Suddenly, the roars of beasts could be heard. The 3 opened their eyes at the same time and looked suspiciously at the sea behind them. That is, immediately. Their expressions changed. In the sky above the sea, groups of sea beasts were running madly towards the island, creating huge waves. That's a beast tide. Young Master Hao stood up and looked at the group of sea beasts, his face full of shock. What happened? I've been in the inner sea for hundreds of years, but I've never heard of a beast tide appearing anywhere in the inner sea. Wang Zicheng mumbled, his eyes full of bewilderment. The beast tide was getting closer and the commotion was getting louder and louder. The island under their feet was shaking. Quick, hide! Wang Yue shouted. The 3 of them quickly jumped down from the peak and hid in a valley below. Roar. Soon, groups of sea beasts came roaring. Some galloped in the void while others ran wildly on the island, creating a huge commotion. They are all sacred beasts and most of them are 9-star battle sages. Wang Zicheng and the other two hid in the valley, restraining their auras to the extreme. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. No way, they're a monarch beast. Suddenly, Wang Zicheng's gaze was fixed on the void above, his face full of disbelief. It was a Neptune leopard. It was more than 10 meters long and had a ferocious aura. It whizzed past the top of the valley. It's really a beast tide, but what are they chasing? I didn't see anything passing by here before. Also, why are their eyes filled with fear? Wang Zicheng was bewildered. Fear? Wang Yue and Wang Zicheng were stunned and carefully observed the eyes of those sea beasts. True enough. Every sea beast's eyes were filled with fear. It didn't seem like they were chasing something, but more like they were running for their lives. The devil is here. Run. Some sea beasts roared in horror. Devil? Wang Zicheng and the other two could not help but tremble. What kind of devil was so terrifying that even monarch beasts were fleeing? You dregs, let's see where you can escape to. Haha. Suddenly, there was a maniacal laughter that reverberated through the sky. Whose voice is that? Wang Zicheng and the other two were bewildered. Young Master Hao's gaze suddenly trembled slightly and he said telepathically, "No, this voice is somewhat familiar." Familiar? Wang Yue and Wang Zicheng were stunned and listened carefully. All of a sudden, the three of them shouted in unison, "It's Ancestor Mu." But how was that possible? They knew Qin Feiyang's strength and it was impossible for him to do that. However, this voice was indeed Qin Feiyang's, but it was slightly different from before. It was filled with a shocking hostility. Although the three of them were very puzzled, they did not dare to go out to investigate. Because the sky was full of sea beasts. If they ran out now, they would be trampled to death even if they were not killed. Now I truly understand how lonely it is to be invincible. I ask, who can grant me death? The voice sounded again with an indescribable sense of loss. Bah, how narcissistic. Wang Yue's face darkened and she could not help but curse in a low voice. He is indeed narcissistic. Wang Zicheng nodded. Young Master Hao shook his head and said, "No, no, no, I know Brother Mu very well. He would not speak in such a tone. The voice is clearly his." Wang Yue rolled her eyes at him. Young Master Hao said, "It could be someone else, but the voice is just like Brother Mu's." Is that so? Wang Yue and young Master Hao muttered and looked up at the sky above the valley. Groups of sea beasts ran over from the sky. After a long time, the sea beasts finally disappeared. Immediately after, a blood-red figure appeared in the sky above the valley and entered the sight of the three of them. It was the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. He had blood-red hair and blood-red eyes. His clothes were also dyed red by blood. In his hand was the corpse of a sea beast that was as big as a mountain. Hot blood spurted out like a waterfall. Obviously, this sea beast had not died for long. The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, walked in the sky with the sea beast in his hand. He really looked like a devil with a murderous aura that filled the sky. It's really Brother Mu. When he saw the inner demons, Qin Feiyang's face, young Master Hao was immediately overjoyed and immediately stood up to greet him. Don't make a sound. Wang Zicheng pulled him back. What's wrong? Young Master Hao lowered his head and looked at him suspiciously. Although he looks exactly the same as Ancestor Mu, his temperament is completely different. The most important thing is that his cultivation is much higher than Ancestor Mu's. If I'm not wrong, he should be a 3-star combat emperor. Wang Zicheng transmitted his voice. 3-star combat emperor. Young Master Hao's body trembled. He immediately lay down on the ground and thought, then why does he look so similar to Brother Mu? How long have I known Ancestor Mu? If you don't know, how would I know? Wang Zicheng rolled his eyes at him. Strange, what's going on? Young Master Hao frowned. At this moment, the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, suddenly stopped and looked down at the valley. Not good, we've been discovered. Let's go. Wang Yue's pupils shrank. She quickly pulled young Master Hao out of the valley and fled in panic. Wang Zicheng was also like a frightened rabbit. He quickly jumped out and chased after Wang Yue and young Master Hao. Hey! The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, laughed mockingly. He took a step forward and instantly blocked in front of the three. He said, Where do you think you're going? Who are you? The three of them stopped abruptly and focused their attention on the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. Who am I? Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm Ancestor Mu? The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, said playfully. You know Ancestor Mu? Then you must know him. What's your relationship with him? Young Master Hao asked. If I say that I'm his biological elder brother from the same mother, would you believe me? The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, said with a sinister smile. Biological elder brother? The three of them looked at each other. Why hadn't they heard Ancestor Mu mention that he had such a biological elder brother? The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, changed the topic and said, since you're here, it means that the Elixir Fire's birthplace should also be here. Tell me where it is. Young Master Hao frowned and turned to Wang Yue and Wang Zicheng. He said telepathically, you even know that. It shouldn't be fake. The two of them nodded. Wang Zicheng coughed and cupped his hands with a smile. Brother Mu, let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Zicheng, Ancestor Mu's sworn brother. Wait, Brother Wang, did you remember wrongly? When did you and Brother Mu become sworn brothers? Before Wang Zicheng could finish, young Master Hao interrupted him with a suspicious look. The smile on Wang Zicheng's face froze and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. What's wrong with this bastard's eyesight? Can't he see that I'm trying to make friends with Ancestor Mu's biological elder brother? How dare he ruin my plan in front of me? Is he going too far? Looking at Wang Zicheng's embarrassed face, the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, couldn't help but want to laugh. But he held it back and said with a straight face, I've heard about you from my younger brother. You're Wang Zicheng, one of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. You're young Master Hao, the son of a big shot. As for you, the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, looked at Wang Yue and said with a smile, if I remember correctly, you seem to be the fiancé that my younger brother picked up. Fart. Young Master Hao and Wang Zicheng burst out laughing. Wang Yue's face darkened. She gnashed her teeth and glared at the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. Did I say something wrong? This fiancé of yours was picked up from the streets. Besides, although my younger brother is ugly, he's quite popular with women. The number of women who like him, not to mention how many, can at least line up from the inland sea to the outer sea. So, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of my younger brother just because you're a little beautiful and have a little family background. Our family doesn't welcome arrogant women, so you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll ask my younger brother to divorce you. The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, said coldly. Okay. Divorce me. I can't ask for more. You'd better divorce me now. Wang Yue was mad. As the saying goes, if you're not a family, you won't marry into the same family. Like younger brother, like elder brother. Young Master Hao and Wang Zicheng, who were next to them, wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Their faces turned red. Chapter 1042. Little girl, don't be arrogant. Although my Mu family can't be compared to your Wang family, it won't be that easy to enter my Mu family. The inner demons Qin Feiyang chuckled and ignored Wang Yue, who was gnashing her teeth. He turned to look at Wang Zicheng and asked, where is the birthplace of the Elixir Fire? It's not on this island. Wang Zicheng shook his head. The inner demons Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, since it's not on this island, why are you here? It's a long story. Wang Zicheng sighed deeply and said with a smile, Brother Mu, please come with me. He smiled reluctantly. Then, he rose into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and flew to the left side of the island. The inner demons Qin Feiyang frowned and quickly followed. Young Master Hao glanced at the two of them, then looked at the indifferent Wang Yue and asked, Sister, aren't you going? What for? Wang Yue asked coldly. Young Master Hao said, Brother Mu's brother is very strong. Maybe he can defeat them. So what? Wang Yue snorted. Young Master Hao said, in this way, we can enter that island and wait for an opportunity to snatch the Elixir Fire. If you want to go, you go. I won't go. Wang Yue turned her head and looked away. If she still followed them, wouldn't she be even more a joke? Young Master Hao said helplessly, Sister, don't be so stubborn. The task is more important. After that, He forcibly dragged Wang Yue and chased after the inner demons Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng. About half an hour passed. Another island came into the sight of the inner demons Qin Feiyang. The island was not very big, about a dozen miles or so. There was a huge volcano in the center, which was erupting red magma and illuminating half the sky. There were no beasts or plants on the island, only piles of volcanic ash. The sky above the island was also extremely hazy. Wang Zicheng stopped and looked at the island from afar. He said in a deep voice, "Big Brother Mu, this is actually the birthplace of the alchemy fire." Then why don't you guys wait here? Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, was suspicious. It's a long story. Back then, after we separated from your younger brother, we came here directly. At the beginning, it was still all right. There were only the three of us. However, more and more people started to arrive. Furthermore, most of them were battle emperors. We have no choice but to hide and wait for an opportunity. But this afternoon, an old man suddenly discovered us and chased us out. Wang Zicheng said helplessly. Upon hearing this, the inner demons Qin Feiyang scanned the island. His eyes flickered as he asked, "How many are there?" 10 people. Their cultivation levels are between 4-star and 6-star combat emperors. Wang Zicheng said. The inner demons Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you know who they are?" "I don't know." Wang Zicheng shook his head. "I know." Young Master Hao suddenly said. "Who?" Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, turned to look at him. Young Master Hao said, "The people of the 9 super tribes and the trading pavilion. I was wondering why they didn't kill you. It turns out that they are from these forces." Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, suddenly understood. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed by those 10 people. However, regardless of whether it was the people of the 9 super tribes or the trading pavilion, they all knew young Master Hao and Wang Yue. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. At the same time, upon hearing the conversation between Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, and young Master Hao, the shock in Wang Zicheng's eyes intensified. He looked at young Master Hao and Wang Yue and asked suspiciously, "Who are you two?" He had also thought about this question. Why didn't those 10 people kill them but only chase them away? At first, he thought that those 10 people might not care about them because they were young and weak. However, he didn't expect that it was because of Wang Yue and young Master Hao. As for the 9 super tribes and the trading pavilion, although he had never been to the Divine City, he had more or less heard about them. Even the people from these superpowers didn't dare to touch them. How terrifying were these 2 people's origins? In the past, he also thought about asking about their identities in person, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was too rash to inquire about their background since they had just known each other for a short time. Therefore, he didn't ask them. But now, he really couldn't hold it in anymore. And this time, he made up his mind to get an answer. Well, in the face of Wang Zicheng's question, young Master Hao looked at Wang Yue at a loss. Wang Yue glanced at Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, and then looked at Wang Zicheng and said, "Our identities are not important. The important thing is, how did the people of the 9 super tribes and the trading pavilion know that the alchemy fire was born here?" "That's right. Who leaked the news?" Young Master Hao was surprised. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, glanced at the 2 of them, looked up at the island, and sneered, "You 2 are still too naive." "Brother Mu, what do you mean?" Young Master Hao was suspicious. Wang Yue raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. The main tower seems to be calm, but in fact, there are undercurrents surging. I might as well tell you the truth. Whether it is the super tribes or the trading pavilion, they all have spies in the main tower. And these spies have a very high status in the main tower. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, said. "What? There is such a thing?" The 2 of them were surprised. "Are you surprised? Then if I tell you that the mysterious Mu family also has spies in the main tower, will you believe it?" Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, smiled playfully. Well, the 2 of them looked at each other. "Brother Mu, you can't say that. If you say that the super tribes and the trading pavilion have spies in the main tower, I will believe it. But we have always minded our own business. They would never do such a thing." Young Master Hao said. Otherwise, why would I say that you are still too naive? Some things are not as simple as you think. Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, sneered. Young Master Hao frowned. He felt that what Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, said was too outrageous. But Wang Yue couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She was older than young Master Hao, and her cultivation was stronger than young Master Hao. She had seen more than young Master Hao, so her vision of things was also better than young Master Hao. And what Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, said seemed unintentional, but in fact, there was a deep meaning in his words. She couldn't help but begin to doubt. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. She looked at Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, and her eyes flickered. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I am very handsome now? Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, stroked his chin and laughed. Wang Yue rolled her eyes and said in a deep voice, I have always ignored a problem, that is, your surname. You two brothers are surnamed Mu. Are you from the Mu family? Ah. Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, was stunned. Young Master Hao was also stunned. Looking at Qin Fei Yang's reaction, Wang Yue narrowed her eyes slightly and said, Is it true that I am right? Hey. Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, grinned, stepped forward, grabbed Wang Yue's neck, and said coldly, Since you have been guessed, I have to kill you. Wang Yue's face turned pale. Young Master Hao also changed his expression and asked in disbelief, Brother Mu, is that true? Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, acted so real that young Master Hao couldn't help but believe it. What do you think? Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, looked at him coldly. Young Master Hao's heart instantly fell into an ice valley. At the same time, in his heart, a burst of anger burst out. He stared at Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, and roared, How dare you use me? The Mu family is too much. I didn't use you, it was my brother who used you. You're really stupid. You believed him so easily. But then again, we really have to thank you. If it weren't for your help, my useless brother wouldn't have the chance to become your father's disciple. Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, joked. Bastard, young Master Hao roared. What? Ancestor Mu is young Master Hao's father's disciple? Doesn't that mean that young Master Hao is the Chief Tower Master's son? Wang Zicheng looked at young Master Hao in surprise. He didn't expect that young Master Hao was the son of the Master of the Forgotten Continent. What about Wang Yue? Young Master Hao had always called her sister. Was she also the Chief Tower Master's daughter? What are you shouting for? Is it useful to shout now? Wang Yue shouted at young Master Hao angrily, then looked at Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, and said, We are really blind. After being with Ancestor Mu for so long, we didn't see through his true color. Ha ha, Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, laughed, then let go of Wang Yue, and flew toward the island without looking back. This, young Master Hao was stunned. Wang Yue was also stunned. My little brother was right. You two are really naive. Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, laughed loudly and quickly entered the island. Naive. Too much, too much. The two immediately gnashed their teeth. After all this time, this person was just teasing them. But the next moment, young Master Hao's expression changed, and he shouted, Brother Mu, don't go, it's dangerous. Stop shouting. Since he dares to go, it means that he is confident, let's just wait for the good show. Wang Zicheng said, but there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. A son of the Chief Tower Master, a daughter of the Chief Tower Master, and a personal disciple of the Chief Tower Master. What was the purpose of these three coming to Qinghai? Suddenly, his eyes trembled slightly. Could it be that they were here for the alchemy fire? You guys be careful, I have something to deal with. Wang Zicheng hurriedly said, then turned around and used the perfect auxiliary battle technique, disappearing from the sight of young Master Hao and Wang Yue. What is he going to do? Young Master Hao frowned. Who knows? Wang Yue pursed her lips. At the same time, on the volcanic island, Qin Fei Yang, the inner demons, stood above the island, scanning below. The air here was very dry and hot, and ashes were flying everywhere. Although it was already night, under the illumination of the fire, everything on the island could be clearly seen. There were no living creatures on the island, but around the volcano, there were 10 figures sitting cross-legged. Chapter 1043. Ancestor Mu. At the same time, the 10 people also noticed the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. Their eyes were filled with doubt. 3-star combat emperor? How could this be? Wasn't Ancestor Mu a combat saint? The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, waved his hand and smiled. Hi, everyone. You are Ancestor Mu? A middle-aged woman asked. The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands and smiled. Ancestor Mu is my younger brother. I am called Ancestor Mu. Everyone is my elder. If you don't mind, you can call me Ancestor Mu. Ancestor? The 10 people's faces immediately darkened. Which immoral bastard came up with the names of these 2 brothers? One called Ancestor Mu, and the other called Ancestor Mu. Wasn't this taking advantage of others? The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, chuckled and glanced at them. Suddenly, he locked his gaze on a certain person. His blood-red eyes were filled with coldness. An old man in green stood there. He had white hair and a white beard. His hands were behind his back, and his whole body was emitting a kind of otherworldly aura. That's right. This person was Pei Qin. The inner demons secretly laughed. Deity, I found this old man. How should we deal with him? Do as you see fit. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded in the inner world. It was also filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Understood. The inner demons licked his lips and looked at the old man in green. He smiled and said, Senior, you look familiar. Have I seen you somewhere before? The old man in green was slightly stunned. He chuckled and said, Really? Why don't I remember seeing you before? No, I must have seen you before. The inner demons waved his hand and suddenly revealed a look of realization. Oh right, one of the Qinghai 10 heroes, Viper. The old man in green was shocked and asked suspiciously, Who is Viper? You don't know? Then why did my brother tell me that someone is instigating Viper to get rid of him? The inner demons joked. The Divine Python tribe wants to get rid of Ancestor Mu? The other 9 people were bewildered. Hearing this, Pei Qin's expression changed slightly, but he quickly concealed it. He smiled at the inner demons and said, Little friend, I don't understand what you're saying. Even if Viper wants to get rid of your brother, what does that have to do with me? However, his heart was filled with bewilderment. What's with the Viper? Could he have been exposed? Of course it has something to do with you. Because you were the one who instigated Viper. I was looking for you too. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. The inner demons sneered. Pei Qin's face sank, and he said angrily, Little friend, you can't speak carelessly like that. Your younger brother is the Chief Pagoda Master's personal disciple. How could I dare to attack him? Ha, old man, stop pretending. Viper told me everything about you. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Let me make it clear to you first. My brother's life is very valuable. Don't try to fool me with some useless things. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, said slowly. Everyone was surprised. Did it mean that Ancestor Mu had died in the hands of Viper? Yes, my brother is dead. He died in the hands of Viper. At that time, he asked me for help. However, when I rushed to the inner sea, it was already too late. As for my brother's death, I believe that many of you here are very happy, the inner demons said with a sad smile. He's really dead. Everyone looked at each other. Pei Qin asked calmly, What about Viper? The inner demons said with a smile, Would I let the person who killed my brother live? Okay. Now there's no proof. Pei Qin was secretly happy. He looked at the inner demons and sighed, Little friend, I don't know what Viper told you, but your brother's death really has nothing to do with me. My condolences. Yes. The Divine Python tribe has no grudge with Ancestor Mu. How could Pei Qin harm him? A middle-aged man said with a smile. This man was from the Chilean tribe. His name was Wu Kai. Is that so? The inner demons looked at Wu Kai and Pei Qin and seemed to be shaken. Yes. Both of them nodded at the same time. Okay, then I'll go and check again. The inner demon frowned and disappeared into the night sky like a flash of lightning. Phew. Pei Qin secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Ancestor Mu is dead. This is not a small matter. Yes, if this news spreads to the Divine City, it will definitely cause an unprecedented storm. The few of them discussed animatedly. Their eyes were full of shock. Pei Qin glanced at the other 9 people and said with a smile, "Everyone, I suddenly remembered that I have something to deal with. Excuse me." Then, without waiting for the 9 people to respond, he turned and flew to the other side of the island. Wu Kai of the Qilin tribe looked at Pei Qin's back and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked at the 8 people and said with a smile, "I have something to do too. Excuse me." After that, he also turned and disappeared quickly. Hypocrite. The 8 people sneered. It was obvious that Pei Qin and Wu Kai were going to pass the news back. Then, the 8 people went in different directions to pass the news back to their own tribes. At the edge of the southern part of the island, Pei Qin took out the image crystal and his battle chi surged. After a while, the shadow of the leader of the Divine Python tribe appeared. The leader of the Divine Python tribe looked at Pei Yi and said with a smile, "Elder Qin, you're all smiles. Do you have any good news?" Pei Qin nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, Ancestor Mu is dead." The leader of the Divine Python tribe was stunned and asked in surprise, "How did he die?" "I was killed by a man named Viper." Pei Qin immediately told him what had happened in a concise and clear manner. After that, the leader of the Divine Python tribe was overjoyed. He nodded and said with a smile, "Good, good, good. This hidden danger is finally removed. I can rest assured. Now your task is to get the elixir fire back. I'm afraid that's a little difficult because the other 8 super tribes and the trading pavilion have also sent people here," Pei Qin said. "They also received the news." The leader of the Divine Python tribe frowned and said, "Well, I won't force you. Try your best." "Yes." Pei Qin answered respectfully and turned off the image crystal. "Haha. I didn't expect that you really killed Ancestor Mu. You're amazing." At this moment, a sneer sounded. "Who is it?" Pei Qin's eyes turned cold. He suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a middle-aged man walking out from behind a rock. "It's you, Wu Kai." Pei Qin's old face suddenly became extremely gloomy. "If I hadn't been suspicious and followed you, I would have thought that Ancestor Mu's brother had wronged you." Wu Kai chuckled. "What do you want?" Pei Qin's eyes surged with killing intent. Wu Kai said with a smile, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not taking the opportunity to threaten you. On the contrary, I want to thank you properly." "Thank me?" Pei Qin frowned. But at the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and the killing intent in his eyes quickly dissipated. He chuckled and said, "Your Qilin tribe should indeed thank me properly." "What do you mean?" This time, Wu Kai was puzzled. Pei Qin said, "Guoxiangzhong, the trusted aide of your leader, failed several times to assassinate Ancestor Mu. Now that I've helped you get rid of this big problem, shouldn't you thank me?" "How do you know?" Wu Kai's face darkened. "Ever since Ancestor Mu entered Qinghai City, I've been secretly monitoring him, so I know everything that Guoxiangzhong has done." Pei Qin said with a smile. "So your Divine Python tribe has started to act so early, but I'm very puzzled. Why do you want to get rid of Ancestor Mu? What deep grudge does he have with your Divine Python tribe?" Wu Kai frowned. Pei Qin's eyes flashed and he said expressionlessly, "It's not your place to ask about these things." Wu Kai said with a smile, "Okay, I've said too much. Anyway, Ancestor Mu's death is good for both of us." "That's true." Pei Qin nodded with a smile and said, "By the way, let me tell you another news. Guoxiangzhong is dead." "What?" Wu Kai's face changed and he asked, "Who killed him?" "One is called the Big Bull, and the other is called Wang Zicheng. You've seen Wang Zicheng before. He's the young man with young Master Hao. Both of them are part of the Qinghai 10 heroes and are quite powerful." Pei Qin said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wu Kai said angrily. If he had known at that time, even if young Master Hao and Wang Yu'er were present, he wouldn't have let Wang Zicheng leave the island alive. It's not too late to say it now. Because the Qinghai 10 heroes will definitely come to snatch the alchemy fire. After all, they were the first to discover the alchemy fire here. With their arrogance, They won't let us snatch it easily. Pei Qin smiled mockingly. Then, without further delay, he turned into a stream of light and flew toward the volcano without looking back. Big Bull, Wang Zicheng, how dare you kill the people of my Qilin tribe? You'll all die. Wu Kai's eyes flashed with killing intent and he turned to leave. Not long after the two left, a half-meter-long snake appeared in a pile of stones not far away. It was the Spirit Snake Emperor. The Spirit Snake Emperor's tail was wrapped around an image crystal. Hee. Looking in the direction where Pei Qin and Wu Kai disappeared, the Spirit Snake Emperor laughed sinisterly and left quietly with the image crystal. On the other side, above the sea, the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, stood in the wind. Whoosh! Soon, the Spirit Snake Emperor returned and gave the image crystal to the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. Little guy, well done. The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, rubbed its head and turned on the image crystal. The scene of Pei Qin and Wu Kai's conversation immediately appeared in the void in front of them. After knowing that Qin Feiyang's true body was not dead, the Spirit Snake Emperor was not so afraid of the inner demons. It coiled on the inner demon's shoulder and laughed sinisterly. Now, the leaders of the major tribes think that we're dead. That's the effect I want. I want to see their expressions when they see us return to the divine city alive. The inner demons joked and put away the image crystal. Then, he grabbed the Spirit Snake Emperor and said, "It'll be dangerous later. You should go to the castle first." The Spirit Snake Emperor nodded. The inner demons waved his hand and the Spirit Snake Emperor disappeared immediately. Then, the inner demons laughed sinisterly and turned in the air, flying toward the island again.